Ya kabuhi ka mga tumandok. Tumandok nga nagapangapin sa lupa kag kabuhi. Diyan na nga kabuhi namon kaingin kag pangayam para nga may pangsudan kun ya tradisyon naman nga mga tumandok kadaya. Tapos kaingin magtubas ya ano naman nga mga tumandok, ya kaingin naman nga gintamna naman ka paray nga Bisaya. Gahimo kami o kun gahiwat kami ka natawag nga panimo nga tradisyonal naman. Gabutang kami kadaya kag magsagda ka mga kalag, kadaya kag maghulog sa mga lubo ya kun ano ya nabutang namon, ano ya ginahanda namon. Kadaya. Antes kami magkaon ng mga tumandok. May dayan ang gahiwat nga kun panahon katig karingin kag waay pa nagainit nagadara kami ka baboy sa bukid nga mataas ka plastar ka kabukira naman kag tuya namo doon bali pa iwik para sa diin nga taw-an kami ka init nga para matigayon ya amon nya makatutod kami ka kaingin naman kadaya para mapanggasa namo ka Bisaya nga sa diin mapakaon naman ukon mabuhi naman niya kabataan naman. Kag isa naman nga ginapadayon gid kag hindi namon pwede pagkalimtan niya tradisyon nga bali sa saot ukon
Dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to convey this message to you all. Major groups and stakeholders are an integral part of the success of Unep and of UNEA.
So good afternoon, colleagues. Uh, just a minute, sorry. Hello. I hope you can all hear me. This is Isaiah. So we will be starting in a few minutes, in the next 15 or so minutes. So we are just waiting for people to come in, delegates to join. So we are just on mute. So don't think that the meeting is not going on. We are just on mute. We are waiting for others to join. Then we can start.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lori.
Speak before.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, so I think I just checked it. I was on the wrong link. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You appear to be muted, Jorge, if you're trying to say something.
Hello, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Excellent. Sorry, we had a few technical glitches, but we're here connected. We're really, really excited to be here. Greetings from Nairobi.
Great. And with that, we are ready to start. And welcome from across the world to this first online global major groups and stakeholders forum. It would, of course, have been much nicer to see you all in face-to-face in Nairobi, preparing for normal UNEA, but I'm sure we will have good discussions and great input from these meetings still. First, I'll give you some technical briefings. Everyone has had some time to get used to the digital platforms by now, I hope, but in case you are unsure about how the particular one we are on today, the GoToWebinar, works, the most important is to know that if you are to say anything, you will have been provided with information on how to do that if you're talking in a panel. If not, you need to raise your hand and you will be given the floor by the facilitator of each discussion. Also, if you have any questions, you can ask the questions in the question panel. And you should know that today's presentation will be recorded and it will be available within 48 hours. In case you have any problems, you can reach out to the support team in the chat. And with that, I think we'll move on to the official opening. And I am very happy to give the floor to Mohammed Abdul Rauf, who is Chair of Major Groups Facilitating Committee and the formal host of today's meeting. The floor is yours, Mohammed. You should be able to speak now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Ingrid Rosted. A very fine good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Mr. Rodvatin, UNEA President and Norwegian Minister of Climate and Environment. Mr. Jorge Laguna, Director of Governance Affairs Office, Unep. Representatives from member state, international organizations, and other observers. Friends and colleagues from all over the world from major groups, a very warm welcome to Global Major Groups and Stakeholder Forum prior to the first session of the 5th United Nations Environment Assembly, UNEA 5.1. In fact, this forum is an important preparatory meeting leading to UNEA 5.1 with the theme strengthening actions for nature to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We have an important agenda in front of us, split into 5 consultations. Unep medium-term strategy, program of work, Unep at 50, Stockholm plus 50, and major group messages to UNEA 5.1. We hope to discuss a number of important issues, such as the main themes that will be discussed in UNEA 5.1, and also all the process leading to UNEA 5.2, major groups' views on Unep at 50 and Stockholm plus 50. And we have to develop our input and position, including in the light of COVID-19 pandemic also, to maximize the outcome of UNEA 5.1. There is no doubt that unsustainable development patterns globally have come at the cost of our ecosystem health and human health. Caring about environment and natural resources, which are the real wealth of any nation, is the only global roadmap for sustainable, healthy, and just future for humankind, as well as it's important for realizing sustainable development goals, biodiversity goals, climate targets, and pollution control. In fact, the COVID-19 crisis sent us a clear message that the world cannot move to safeguard the natural world and help restore the ecosystem and ecological balance and speed the green recovery unless the major groups and civil society are at the heart of any plans and action taken by governments, United Nations, and global community. That's why, because major groups, including, for instance, indigenous people, women, farmers, youth, business, local authorities, trade unions, NGOs, scientific community, are in a better position to understand, communicate, and accelerate actions on the ground. Major groups can play a key role in monitoring and evaluating process as well. In fact, nobody or entity is a better placed than major groups to understand the pulse at the grassroots and engage closely with local communities. We hope that the recovery from the pandemic is an opportunity to avoid past mistakes and effectively engage major groups and support environmental defenders globally, place civil society at the center of planning, actions, and implementation. In fact, major groups are committed to effectively participate in this global major groups and stakeholder forum, UNEA 5.1, and all virtual and hopefully very soon face-to-face meeting on the road to UNEA 5.2. At the same time, we expect that government to empower and engage effectively civil society in order to maintain their vital role in the public emergency response to make sure no one is left behind. I hope that our forum will send a strong message to the world about the role of major groups and UNEA 5, as well as the relevance and importance of UNEA 5 process itself in the context of COVID-19, and it's important to realize Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030 and its implementation. We kindly ask UNEA presidency and Unep to make sure that there is enough budget allocated for major groups to this role, engage effectively in UNEA 5 and all activities leading to UNEA 5.2. And also creating better opportunities for involvement and contributions from major groups. Last but not least, my special thanks to UNEA presidency, UNEP, especially civil society, UNEP at the UN Environment, for giving us this virtual space to raise our voices, communicate our messages and concerns to open-ended CBR and UNEA 5.1. I conclude by wishing you all a very successful and fruitful discussion during this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, and very inspiring words to kick off this global forum. I will now give the floor to the video message from His Excellency, President of UNEA and Minister of Environment and Climate of Norway, Mr. Sveinung Rotevatn, with a video message. Hopefully, if the people in charge of video messages are ready. Yes, it should be right around the corner. Okay. Yes. No. There it is.
Dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to convey this message to you all. Major groups and stakeholders are an integral part of the success of Unep and of UNEA.
I think we'll have to play it
the very
again.
establishment
as,
of Unep in 1972 owed much to the enthusiasm, dedication, and commitment of
the transmission of this good message. Can we please stop the message and play it again? Thank you.
Dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to convey this message to you all. Major groups and stakeholders are an integral part of the success of Unep and of UNEA. The very establishment of Unep in 1972 owed much to the enthusiasm, dedication, and commitment of civil society. Many of our great successes and multilateral environmental
I think I'm not the only one that is not able to read very well the lips as I would like. Please receive our apologies, and we are working on fixing this technical glitch. I am sure that all the tests were done prior to this very important event, so we should be able to sort this out. But we stand in your hands, Chair, as to how to fix this situation.
Okay, I have sound, so that's why I didn't stop it. But we can, perhaps we can. Yes.
I hear and I can see as well. So maybe we give it a
my
final
colleagues are telling me that it's indeed a problem on my end, which is excellent news. So let's play it again. I don't know why I'm the unlucky one today that I don't get to benefit from the inspiring remarks from our UNEA president. I'm really glad that my colleagues have this under control. I just got like 3 colleagues storming into my office saying, but we can hear the message. So sorry, it's just stress, but my colleagues have everything under control. So let's play it again, and
yes.
And hopefully it'll work this time. But I'm really glad that you're getting the message from the president. Over.
Great, thank you. And then,
dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to convey this message to you all. Major groups and stakeholders are an integral part of the success of Unep and of UNEA. The very establishment of Unep in 1972 owed much to the enthusiasm, dedication, and commitment of civil society. Many of our great successes and multilateral environmental agreements were developed thanks to the lobbying efforts of civil society. The upcoming UNEA is indeed a special one. It will take place digitally across more than 20 time zones. Also, we are still in the midst of a global pandemic, which is affecting each and every one of us. I hope you are all doing well, considering the circumstances. The pandemic has further aggravated the economic, social, and environmental challenges we are addressing as part of the Decade of Action. Never has global solidarity been more needed. We, decision makers on the environment, have our role to play in getting back on track. We need to ensure that actions to stem climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are further stepped up. What I ask from you is that you help us to be as ambitious as possible in both the online UNEA 5 and the resumed session in 2022. At present, however, trying to stem the pandemic is the priority. Thus, we will be meeting in an online format on February 22nd and 23rd. We will take those decisions needed to ensure that Unep can continue its work and then reconvene in 2022. In addition, there will be the opportunity to engage on building a resilient and inclusive post-pandemic world. Another key issue is whether the online session can agree on a message to the world. The fundamental question is whether we have enough common ground to agree on a short and concise message. A message that collectively states that addressing environmental crises like climate change and biodiversity loss must continue. I thank you all for your support and rich input to the consultation process. All the 9 major groups and stakeholders are essential in identifying and implementing the actions needed to strengthen the protection of nature and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Business and industry are crucial for greening our economies. Children and youth are advocates for future generations. Only farmers can make our agriculture and food system sustainable. NGOs provide solutions and help set an ambitious global environment agenda. Indigenous people contribute to sustainable ecosystem management. Workers and trade unions play a key role in developing green jobs and decent work. Local authorities help implement global agreements by providing services like energy, waste management, water, and sanitation. The scientific and technological community is essential to strengthen the use of science in policymaking and to invent green solutions. Women play a vital role in achieving sustainable development through promoting gender equality, and I am proud to say that the UNEA 5 Bureau now is made up of 5 women and 5 men. You are all essential to our success, and I encourage you all to get involved. Our response to the pandemic can be the starting point for a more sustainable future that will contribute to the eradication of poverty. We have learned the hard way that our relationship with nature makes us vulnerable to infection from animals like COVID-19. I wish you good luck with your consultations over the next 2 days. I'm looking forward to hearing your views on how we can ensure that UNEA is an inclusive and relevant forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much from our president of UNEA 5.
This one new,
that
it was doing new.
okay, I'm sorry. So,
naona iko full. Tukiconnect inasema no internet, but it's connected with no internet. Iko kabisa, unaona iko full.
Could the person speaking please mute themselves so that hear our next speaker? Thank you very much to the President, His Excellency Sveinung Rotevatn, and we are looking forward to see the outcomes of this first session of UNEA 5.1 when we get so far. I'll now give the floor Jorge Laguna Celis on behalf of the United Nations Program, where he is the Director of Governance Affairs Office. Jorge, the floor is yours, or the screen, more precisely.
This virtual space is now mine, and I am extremely pleased to be sharing it with you, Ingrid, with you, Mohammed, and with the almost colleagues. And as I speak, I just hear that little welcoming sound, that all it means is that more and more people are coming into this virtual room, more and more colleagues are coming and are engaging in this wonderful global major groups and stakeholder forum, which, as a matter of fact, today innovates, opens a new era, and meets after 21 years in a fully virtual way. Now, this has opportunities, but it also has challenges that we have to address and ways that we need to improve the way we work. But looking back towards a year of almost working virtually, I am extremely pleased to realize that what we have managed to achieve, it's a more inclusive, it's a more transparent, it's a clearly more engaged process, especially from the point of view of stakeholders, and one, as a matter of fact, that has proven, or that it's proving, that we can really save in terms of carbon emissions, but also continue the way we have been doing business and work towards more ambitious agreements. Of course, there are challenges that we need to address. Not being close, not being in the proximity of one another is not allowing for those interpersonal connections that make environmental diplomacy and diplomacy as a whole a more efficient, more effective. But I do believe, and I have to praise each and every one of you, that you have seized the opportunity of this virtual space to engage, to work with member states, and to really make sure that your voice be heard. I want to appreciate my colleagues that have worked really hard hand in hand with the facilitating committee and the organizations that are leading in this major groups and stakeholders forum to ensure that we arrive to the point in which we are today. So in this context, as the President of the Assembly has indicated, and Mohammed as well, it is really my honor to be part of this opening of this Global Major Groups and Stakeholders Forum. And I want to say on behalf of UNEP's Executive Director, Inder Anderson, to thank you for being us here and for accompanying us in the next 2 weeks that we will be walking hand in hand towards a very successful Environment Assembly. And just to emphasize that it is her absolute commitment to maintain an open door policy with you, an open dialogue with you, and to be available to hear your views and your concerns and your ideas on how can we deliver better in the context of our medium-term strategy and upcoming program of work and budget. And what are your priorities for the UNEA, virtual UNEA, the online UNEA, but also the resume session of the Environment Assembly that we are working towards. As it is a tradition now, since 21 years, civil society actors from the smallest grassroots organizations to the large international networks are coming together once again to help shape our future. You are providing us inputs to the negotiations, you are helping member states advance their positions, but you are reminding, and this is what I would like to emphasize today, you are reminding each and every one of us that we are accountable to the people, and that the work that we do, the resources that we utilize, the energy that we put in advancing global environmental processes are for one single purpose, is to improve and advance the conditions of living of the people that we work and we serve for. So we are proud, members of the United Nations Environment Programme, to having been able to maintain the space open for you and to engage and enhance the engagement opportunities over the years. And we have seen this progressive role that you've been taking, building clearly on the heritage and the legacy of the Rio +20 outcome document. Colleagues, your voice counts, and I want to be very clear, I have already emphasized that, and I think that member states, chairs of the policy-making organs, you have just heard the President of the Environment Assembly, you have heard also in other meetings the Chair of the Committee of Permanent Representatives, your inputs are valued, and your inputs have really helped advance the processes in the last years, as I have had the privilege to support the work and your engagement. The first session of UNEA, this first session of UNEA 5, this online UNEA, is different from previous Environment Assemblies, not only because it's virtual, but for the first time in its history, it has a very lean agenda. And that is because member states have decided, and I think wisely so, to create this space to first of all deliver on what will be a transformative outcome for the environmental pillar of sustainable development, and that is the medium-term strategy, which has been, and you will have the opportunity to discuss with colleagues, but many of you have been part of the work of developing this ambitious medium-term strategy, really the result of a widely consultative process, which has left no one behind. And you, as civil society organizations, also business organizations, partner organizations, you have been consulted in the development of this new strategic approach for Unep on behalf of the United Nations, which will guide us in the years forward. So member states have decided that this will be the central focus of this UNEA, but they have also decided that it's really important to create a platform for ministers of the environment together with you, with the voices from society, to discuss what are the actions that need to be taken to ensure that the environment is taken fully into account as we build a sustainable recovery from the post-COVID pandemic. And this wonderful statement that I have heard from many of you that have called for building forward better, it's now more relevant than ever. So those are the two areas that we will be working on very actively during the next 2 weeks, and in which your inputs are going to be decisive. We will also be setting the parameters and the horizon as to how do we want to reach in 2022 for a 50th anniversary of the commemoration of the United Nations Environment Programme, and how not to make this only a commemorative event, but also one that sets the agenda for the years to come. And we are extremely grateful also that other partners, such as the government of Sweden and the government of Kenya, with your, let's say, welcoming approach, have come also to have this opportunity to bring you on board since the first stages of the discussion of the intergovernmental process that we hope will lead to convening a Stockholm +50, a high-level United Nations event on 2022, in the early summer of 2022 in Stockholm, So we believe that really the environmental movement is coming together at a point when clearly societies, economies, the people are calling for the environment to be seen in a way as it has not really been seen for the last decades. So we are really pleased that we're living this historical moment, building on the successes of the Rio conferences of 1992 that created the paradigm of sustainable development, building on the success also of the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals that really create this framework for an integrated agenda. And we now think that we are in the position where we can really mainstream the environment into development. And this is really what we have to do, to put nature at the center, at the front of our considerations for building better society. So in this, I think the Global Major Groups and Stakeholders Forum will have a very critical role. So as we discuss process, as we discuss ambition, we should not forget the goals that we will try to achieve in 2022. And we know and we are aware that there are a number of priorities that are important for you and that we want to hear about them and we want to work with you hand in hand. So these Global Major Groups and Stakeholder Forum will be the opportunity to hear from you and to be able to provide an opportunity for your voices to be heard. We also have limitations, and this space is not allowing to provide the sufficient and ample opportunities to hear your voice at each and every stage of the process. But I want to reassure you as Secretary of the Assembly, together and my team, we are really working hard to ensure that the voices be heard, not only at the main plenary moments of the Assembly, during the OECPR, which you already have a space and you are part and parcel of the Committee of Permanent Representatives, thanks to your careful preparation that your representatives do in every intervention that they make, but also in the leadership dialogues in which we will be able, time constraints being considered, to include your voices and having your voices heard. Now we need your help. The world is not listening enough to the work that we are doing here. The world is not listening enough and is not sufficiently aware to the messages that you want to convey. The world is not listening enough at this stage on what are the challenges that UNEA is expected to address. So we need your voice in helping us amplify those social media messages. We need your support in helping us amplify those concerns so that we can, at the end of the day, raise the level of ambitiousness, raise the level of commitment for the environment, and ensuring that we can really make a big splash, a big bang, and set off the year 2021 that will come with tremendous challenges for the environmental community, and very important discussions that we will be seeing in other fora, not only in UNEA, in the climate, in the biodiversity, in the oceans fora, in the years to come. And we really need to bring all these agendas together. So we're pleased, and I am really extremely happy, pleased, and really grateful for the opportunity that you have afforded to bring me into your discussions today. I am, as I have said, extremely proud of the work that the civil society unit is doing with your support, with your partnership, and with the very little and limited resources that they have. I think that they have really pulled off a wonderful program. And I'm also really happy to see that you are engaged not only in these major groups and stakeholder forum, but in the Youth Assembly, in the Science Policy Business Forum, and in other platforms that we are providing. I think that that is making the Environment Assembly a more robust, a more inclusive platform. And I, as one, together with my team, stand ready to support it each and every step of the way. So thank you, Ingrid. Thank you, Mohammed. And my warmest greetings to now the almost 200 connections that are already here, active organizations in support of the environmental agenda.
Thank you very much, Jorge, for those inspiring words. Now we will move on to hear more about the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives, the UN Environment Assembly 5.1 and 5.2. From Ulf Björnholm, who is the Deputy Director of Governance Affairs at the UN Environment Programme. Hopefully he will be given the camera now. Okay. Yeah. Now, the screen is yours, Ulf.
Yes, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me. Excellent.
Yes, we hear you fine. Thank you.
I have a bit of an echo in my earphones, so just give me a second. Let me try to show my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. I just have this issue with the echo. All right, let me try anyway.
It would be very good if you could put it in presenter mode.
Presenter mode.
Yes, or so that we can see the presentation, not as the PowerPoint program, but as slideshow.
Sorry, as
a slideshow.
Yeah,
Just
I thought I did
yes,
that.
not your presentation.
Maybe try F5, dear Ulf, or colleagues. I'm sure if you have the presentation, maybe a colleague from major groups who can assist in displaying the presentation properly.
Yeah, I've sent it to Isaiah, so you can run it as well.
So yes, Isaiah, please run the presentation. Thank you.
Maybe it's because I have two screens.
Yeah, every day a new problem in this digital world. But we can see the presentation, so maybe you can just move on.
Yes, I'll move on and. Okay, maybe I make it bigger like this. All right, so thank you for this opportunity to give you a quick run through of the OECPR and the UNEA 5. I'm going to look also ahead a little bit towards the resumed session.
Yeah, now Isaiah put up the presentation.
All right, then next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the UNEA 5 itself, the online session, a bit about the format, agenda and structure, expected outcomes, then the preparatory meeting, OECPR 5, and then looking ahead towards the resumed session of UNEA 5. You through the phone, I suppose. Looking now at UNEA 5, we all know, I think, by this time that under the leadership of the presidency, we will have a two-step approach. This is due to the pandemic, and we will start with a two-day online meeting in less than 2 weeks' time. We will have UNEA 5 starting on the 22nd and 23rd to 23rd of February. And then the plan is to have a resumed in-person meeting in February 22. The online session will focus on a limited number of urgent decisions, especially the Unep medium-term strategy and program of work to be approved. And it will also take a decision about UNEA 5 resumed session, of course. So there's been a strong agreement among member states that formal negotiations during online meetings are not appropriate. So any substantive matters will be deferred to the resumed in-person session. We will also have an interactive leadership dialogue, which will focus on green recovery. I think it will be a very interesting opportunity to listen to member states and ministers and stakeholders to debate this very important aspect of UNEA 5, the online session. Some might say that this is kind of a disappointment that we will not discuss.
Ulf, did you lose connection? It appears we lost.
We seem to be having, but the nice thing is that Ulf and I, we are like A and A. So I'm happy to carry on. And when he manages to connect, I see that he's struggling there.
Yes.
And
Thank you,
we're
Laura.
taking the lessons learned. So I'll carry on, and then once we get him reestablished, he will continue. And my gratitude for the wonderful work that he's been putting in developing the OECPR. So basically what you are seeing here, it's the structure and the organization of the Environment Assembly, which you are now well familiar on how is it going to play. There is going to be, you have seen, and those of you that have followed the process, you have seen that we have gone from a large proposal to have a larger hybrid meeting towards a very small and leaner proposal, and that has been really guided by member states. And I just, as I'm speaking, I see that Ulf's having some challenges because he was muted. So if Isaiah, you can correct that and ensure that we can get Ulf in the screen. But what you are seeing here, basically, it is the structure in which we have landed after a number of discussions, very sensitive discussions, all of which are really public, and you can read the outcomes in the minutes of the meetings of the Bureau of the UNEA, in which member states have managed to reconcile two concerns: one, allowing the program to continue with its work and adopt its program of work and budget. So that's why you will see a very strong focus on administrative and budgetary matters, and another one that would allow ministers of the environment to have a leadership dialogue and a substantive engagement. We then, with the support of member states and stakeholders, added the commemoration of the United Nations Environment Program and the endorsement of a message that will convey the messages of the Assembly for the global community. Next slide, and I see that Ulf is here, so I have discharged this. Now over to you, Ulf, to present the outcomes from the online UNEA 5. I think you're there already.
I think we lost him again. Yes, he was briefly here, but we lost him again.
Well, I'm here. He's going to buy me a coffee. Expected outcomes from online UNEA 5. So what are these expected outcomes that we hope to get from UNEA 5? Number one, 3 procedural decisions that really require to keep the lights on in Nairobi. The first one, we need to adopt a new program of work and budget and a medium-term strategy. And I have already spelled out quite in detail why it is a essential outcome, because it's not only a business continuity, it is indeed a transformation. It's the seed of a transformation for Unep to deliver within its mandate and within its structure, but a really focused agenda that will address 3 planetary crises. And you will hear that from our executive director. You will hear it again: the climate crisis, the nature crisis, the pollution crisis. All of these 3 are driving the Anthropocene and are really hindering our prospects for sustainable development and sustainable recovery. So with this narrative and with this strategy, we will set the program and the United Nations system in a new direction. So the second one is a decision on the date and the format of the resume session of 2022. The second outcome, which we will be working hand in hand, and you've heard the president, it is having a message, having the voice of UNEA heard, but in a manner that it's also respectful that this is not a physical UNEA, that member states don't all have the capacity to engage on equal footing, that we don't have the ability to negotiate in detail given the constraints that we are facing, and therefore how to balance that with the idea, with the call, with the interest of having UNEA giving a message, so that you will see it here, and it's spelled out in the bullets that you can read. But there are quite a number of other processes that will require guidance and will require views, because this is what we will call, if you want, I can call it the build-up towards UNEA 5 in its resume session in 2022. And there are 3, at least, tracks that will be taking a lot of our energy, but also our time, and in which we really need to invest in creating the correct conditions. And these are the future of the global environmental outlook process, which indeed in many ways can be seen as reinventing the science policy interface at UNEP's heart and it's UNEP's mandate. The second one, it is the follow-up to the outcome of the ad hoc expert group on marine litter and microplastics, and how do we move from the good results that we had in the outcome, the ad hoc expert group towards UNEA. And the third one is the implementation of UNGA Resolution 73333, which really contains the seeds of strengthening and fully implementing and addressing the gaps in international environmental governance in the context of paragraph 88 of Rio +20. Let me see if we can now move to the next slide.
It appears that Ulf is back. I'm not sure if he intends to take over, but he's at least.
Of course, I cannot see him, but if he's there, yes.
He has been added now.
Excellent.
I think I'm back. And sorry about this. I'm connecting through my phone now. So do you see the screen? Is the
we can see the presentation, but we cannot see you.
Okay, sorry about that. So I cannot see also the presentation.
I suggest that you continue, Ulf, and speak about the online OECPR. That's what we're discussing now. Can you carry on?
Thank you. So online CPR. So I think you can see now the screen on the screen in front of you, a program for the online CPR, and I'll go through it very quickly. It's pretty straightforward. In fact, we will start with an opening plenary where we will have, on substance, we will have presentations of all the reports, 20 or so of the from the secretary, from the executive director to UNEA 5. And there will be a question and answer, knowing again that there will be no substantive debate at this point. Then we will move ahead to the administrative and budgetary matters. This is still in the opening, and that's where we have a presentation of the new midterm strategy and program of work, which is one of the key aspects that where we will actually have a decision from UNEA 5. We will also quickly discuss the contribution to the high-level political forum, and we will have an update on the consultations under the General Assembly Resolution 73/333. I'll go through this really quickly now. If there are questions, we can take them later. So then we move on to the contact group, which will still be an online plenary, but we'll discuss the 3 decisions that are on the table on the MTS program of work, on the trust funds, and on the new date and format for the resumed session of UNEA 5 and OECPR 5, which will to prepare for the resumed session next year. Then we will have 2 at the afternoon. We will hopefully conclude on the decisions, the 3 decisions, and we will also adopt a draft chair summary. So we can have next slide, please. Just to mention quickly, and you know this already, most of you, but the importance of considering the preparations at regional level. We will have both for the online and for the resumed session, there's a very rich regional preparatory process going on in most of the regions, in all of the regions, in fact, of the world. They are structured a little bit differently in different parts, but this is an important also opportunity for stakeholders to contribute through these regional ministerial forums. And there's a link here if you want to know more about how this works. If we go to the next slide very quickly, I'm not going to lecture you on stakeholder engagement, and Jorge also already talked about this at some length, but just to underline again the importance of having a strong stakeholder engagement at all levels, let's say, at all stages, both in setting the agenda, which we are kind of talking about now, at least if we look at the resumed session, the decision making itself, and of course the implementation of the decisions that are taken in the UN. All of these phases, members from the stakeholder major groups community are absolutely key. Then the final slide, just looking ahead a little bit towards the resumed session of UNEA 5. It's still a year to go, but I think this year can be used really, really well, including from stakeholders, but also by member states themselves, to prepare for very, very substantive decisions early next year. We don't know how the corona pandemic will evolve, but we do.
It might appear as if we lost Ulf again. At least I can't hear Ulf. So would you like to resume on his behalf?
He's gonna owe me a beer. Looking ahead towards the resume session of
sustainable development.
There you are. Yes, Ulf, carry on. I think your connection broke.
Sorry, I broke up again.
Yes, carry on. Looking ahead.
Apologies for this again.
Looking ahead towards 2022. Yes.
Right. So we do hope that this meeting will take place in person, not knowing how the pandemic will evolve, but certainly that should be an in-person meeting. The overall theme for that resumed session will be the same as for UNEA 5, already decided: strengthening actions for nature to achieve sustainable development goals. There will be continued consultations on the ministerial declaration for that. We also expect member states, because they have a lot of good time that they can use now, to table early draft resolutions and to rally around certain initiatives with the focus on this theme. And we can expect a very rich, I think, certainly second half of 2021 in preparation for UNEA 5 resumed. And then, interestingly, we will also have a lot of other important events going on in the multilateral community. We know the COP26 is coming up. We have on the climate change, we have the Biodiversity Convention meeting, and there are important decisions on chemicals. Probably UNEA 5 resumed session will be very timely in addressing some of the follow-up and implementation of that. Unep at 50 will be celebrated back-to-back, an opportunity to celebrate, indeed, not only Unep itself, but all the achievements that have been the result of 50 years of hard work in the multilateral community in the field of environment. And then we have the possible adoption of the declaration under the process, under the General Assembly Resolution 73/333. So with that, I will end my presentation again with apologies for the problematic connections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulf, and thank you, Jorge, for your excellent presentation. It hasn't really been a digital meeting before. We've had some technical issues and a little bit of feedback. So thank you for providing us with that essential element early on. Now we will move on to hear from the Global Children and Youth and Environment Assembly. We will have an introduction from the Children and Youth Major Group, and we will have Yubin Huang with us.
Hello. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you. The screen is all yours.
Thank you, Ingrid, Mohammed, Minister Rottevatten, Jorge, and Ulf for all your remarks. My name is Gibbon, and I'm the Thematic Facilitator for Science and Policy at the Unep Major Group of Children and Youth. To echo the words of Minister Rottevatten, major group engagement leading up to UNEA 5.1 is essential. It ensures that the voices of key constituencies are not just heard, but acted upon during this important assembly. On behalf of the major group, I would like to present the Youth Environmental Assembly, which will be held virtually over 5 days this weekend and next. Sorry, Isaiah, how should I share my screen here? Is that possible?
Isaiah, could you, I'm not sure if you can share your screen if you're not given the permission. I think it's, it needs to be, yeah, now you can share your screen.
Yep, just 1 moment. Sorry, I'll have to restart this. I'm going to send the link to Isaiah and maybe he could present the slides on my behalf. Would that be possible?
Yes, send them to Isaiah and just please just start your oral presentation while we wait for the slides, if it's possible.
Yep, so we comprise 350 youth-led and youth-serving organizations from all corners of the world, including thousands of individual members who work to ensure that the voices of future generations are heard across all UNEP divisions. We are led by 2 global focal points, Teresa Oberhauser and Digrat Nasri Vastava, and a steering committee that includes facilitators for regions as well as specific programs of work, plus an operations team. So the work of the MGCY is informed by the 3 pillars of policy advocacy, knowledge, and action and capacity building. So to brief you on the Youth Environmental Assembly, it's held on the 12th, 13th, 18th, 19th, and 20th of February, and we currently have about 5,000 registrations from 160 countries all across the world. This includes more than 2,000 youth-led and youth-serving groups, and we have partners from all over Unep.
Now you have the presentation.
Yep, I think that's still Ulf's presentation, but
okay.
Yes, so we have 10. Yep.
Thank you.
So with slide, I think 5 be possible, Isaiah. Yes, thank you. 2 slides after that, please. Yes, and the next one. Thank you. And we have partners from all across the world before. Yes, so as I was saying, we have partners from all across UNEP, more than 10 divisions, all the regional offices, and 4 multilateral environmental agreements. We have other UN agencies and governments who are coming to join us during this assembly. And our 3 core objectives of this assembly are, firstly, policies training. We bring together training and capacity building exercises and opportunities for youth to meaningfully contribute during the negotiations during UNEA. Second, capacity building and knowledge sharing. We help participants develop networks and capacity building on key issues, including skills training. And third, network building and activism. The Youth Assembly will provide young people with a space to build new movements and networks for enhanced global environmental action across regions and countries. As for the pre-events, we have a series of partner on events with youth organizations across the world. At this time, we have more than 80 applications from 50 countries, and these organizers of these side events would be invited to share outcomes of their mobilization during UNEA. So as you might have noticed, UNEA, YEA is taking place across 2 weekends. So this weekend, on the 12th and 13th of February, we will be having thematic sections relevant to the OECPR the week after that, and its work in 2021. This includes capacity building segments on MEAs and UNEA, regional and thematic breakouts, and a plenary session on Stockholm Plus 50. Furthermore, we will be launching the Chemicals and Waste Youth Platform as well. The week after that, from the 18th to the 20th of February, we have a high-level segment and messages for UNEA 5. This will include a youth ministerial dialogue, a high-level plenary on youth voices for nature, a session on UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and other sessions on emerging issues. We have 35 sessions planned with more than 60 guest speakers from UNEP, UN system, and beyond. And it is intended to be an event that leads up from internal events on negotiations preparation to capacity building on the key thematic areas of UNEP's and indeed MGCY's work. This will lead into partner events with the SPBF, the GEO team, to discuss joint projects with UN entities and beyond. And finally, this will lead into intergenerational dialogues and leadership dialogues with the Executive Director, Ms. Inga Anderson, Environment Ministers, and members of the Committee of Permanent Representatives. So there's a list of sessions from the 12th to the 15th, which you can all find on our website. And the key outcomes of the Environmental Assembly are twofold. So firstly, this includes deliverables on the part of Unep MGCY. We will launch the Year of Youth and Environmental Action. We will launch the Chemicals and Waste Youth Platform. We'll organize a Children's Day /segment, in addition to drafting a declaration with key messages from youth for UNEA 5.1 and related processes. We will produce a comprehensive collective policy paper with youth priorities on key thematic topics for the OECPR, and we will also collect a youth perspective and a position paper towards Stockholm Plus 50 and Unep at 50. In terms of methodological outcomes, we intend for youth to be more aware of the structure of UNEA 5.1, the topics that will be discussed, and the various decision-making processes of Unep. Youth will also learn more about the work of Unep through thematic capacity building, build networks with other organizations from the region and beyond, engage in working groups and thematic groups that will last beyond this UNEA, and strengthen issue-specific work of Unep MGCY. Youth will also have the opportunity to brainstorm how to further their MGCY involvement at the local, national, and regional levels globally. And so this brings us to the question, where does Unep stand on the future of youth engagement in environmental governance? We'll have roundtables between the Unep divisions and the constituency. And of course, all of you are invited to this forum to share your views and to hear about what youth have to say about the environmental governance in Unep and beyond. Thank you. The link is attached in this PowerPoint, so please do check it out. And I hope to see all of you at these sessions of YEA. Thank you, Ingrid.
Thank you very much, Ruben, on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group. And you even managed to stay perfectly on time, even with all the technical delays in the speakers before you and yourself. So good job. It's nothing less than a miracle. And we are now about to close this opening session, and we will be moving straight on to the first consultation of the day, which is on the UN Environment Programme's midterm strategy, MTS for short. And it will be facilitated by AJ. Sorry, I had a AJ Ja and Doug Weir and Vali Haider. And I will assume that you will all be given your access to your web cameras very shortly. I am hoping. There's AJ at least, and then I'll see if the it appears I can't find Doug. Has there been a change in the
Thanks, Ingrid. Doug will join a little later. I hope all the speakers and facilitators have already joined. So I welcome all of you on behalf of the organizers into this consultation, which is consultation 1, and which will discuss medium-term strategy of the Unep for 2022 to 2025. As many of you would know that UNEP's medium-term strategy has been discussed and negotiated since October 2019, and we are happy that the medium-term strategy has emphasized upon 3 planetary and existential crises: climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, and chemicals and pollution problem. And it aims to deal with these planetary and existential crises with 7 sub-programs, 3 of them thematic sub-programs, looking at climate action, nature action, and chemicals and pollution action. Then you have 2 foundational sub-programs, which is on science policy and environmental governance, and then 2 enabling sub-programs on finance and economic transformation and digital transformation. With this medium-term strategy, UNEP hopes to provide leadership and collaboration and partnership with the member states, providing them information and capacity building, and providing multi-stakeholder partnerships including with the business and industry. And the overarching goal of the medium-term strategy is to enable Unep to help achieve sustainable consumption and production patterns and help achieve Paris objectives of the Paris Agreement and also sustainable development goals. We have been given this opportunity to organize this consultation, and this consultation is being organized jointly by regional facilitators of the Asia Pacific, which is me, Ajay Jha, and Sarojini Rengam from Panam, Farmers Major Group in the Unep, which will be represented by Wali Heather, and Doug Wire from CEOBS UK. This consultation is being co-organized in collaboration with Asia Pacific Regional CSOs Engagement Mechanism. Many of us happen to be a member of APRSM. APRSM is a platform of more than 500 civil society organizations and people's movement, and we say that our USP is that we are committed to promote grassroots voices and opinion into these kind of policy-making bodies and platforms. Asia Pacific Regional CSOs Engagement Mechanism also demands 5 fundamental shifts looking at economic justice, social justice, including gender justice, environmental justice, distributive justice, and also accountability towards the people. Also, co-collaborators in this consultation are, as we can assume, MGFC, Unep, and also civil society unit of the Unep secretary. So we are thankful to all the collaborators and co-organizers of this consultation. And just to give you a brief approach towards this consultation, that we are not trying to look at UNEP's medium-term strategy as a glass half empty, as many of us civil society organizations are alleged to be doing all the time. But we are approaching it from the point of the view to see that what are the concerns that medium-term strategy might have overlooked a bit or might have undermined, which might bring some kind of impediment in its implementation. Science, we like the emphasis on science as a basis for moving forward in dealing with this planetary crisis. But of course, we see and we think that science needs to be defined a bit broadly, and there are opportunities for incorporation of people's science or community science into the implementation of the program. And moreover, in assessment of the science policy interface and scientific and technological advancements and solutions it has provided from the perspective of the people. A missing reference to the environmental defenders is also one of the concerns that we would definitely like to highlight, and I'm sure that colleagues will be talking about it later in a bit more detail. Similarly, earlier sub-program on conflict and disaster, which has been supposedly mainstreamed into this medium-term strategy, that is also one of the concerns, that how we are going to move ahead on that. Besides that, there are several questions with regard to climate action. We see very little reference to historical responsibility and capabilities of the industrialized country. And we see that the efforts right now are falling far short of what science demands us to do as a global community. Besides that, we would have loved to have some more reference on green recovery from the pandemic, which I think was the most talked about issue during the entire negotiation of the medium-term strategy. So these are the few concerns that I would like to put on the outset, so that later our panelists could elaborate on that. But before going any further, we would like to show you a video of a community leader from Philippines as a keynote speech. Isaiah, can we please have the video for the keynote, please?
Ya kabuhi ka mga tumandok. Tumandok nga nagapangapin sa lupa kag kabuhi. Duna nga kabuhi namon kaingin kag pangayam para nga may pangsudan kun ya tradisyon naman nga mga tumandok kadaya. Tapos kaingin magtubas ya ano naman nga mga tumandok, ya kaingin naman nga gintam na naman ka paray nga Bisaya. Gahimo kami o kun gahiwat kami ka natawag nga panimo nga tradisyonal naman. Gabutang kami kadaya kag magsagda ka mga kalag, kadaya kag maghulog sa mga lubo ya kun ano ya nabutang namon, ano ya ginahanda namon. Kadaya. Antes kami magkaon ng mga tumandok. May dayan day ang gahiwat nga kun panahon katig karingin kag ay pa nagainit nagadara kami ka baboy sa bukid nga mataas ka plastar ka kabukira naman kag tuya namo doon bali pa iwik para sa diin nga tawan kami ka init nga para matigayon ya amon nya makatutod kami ka kaingin naman kadaya para mapanggasa namo ka Bisaya nga sa diin mapakaon naman o kun mabuhi naman niya kabataan naman. Kag isa naman nga ginapadayon gid kag hindi namon pwede pagkalimtan niya tradisyon nga bali sa saot o kun binanog naman. Ginagamit namon day ang mga tumandok sa tawag nga pagpangasawa ka laki sa bata nga bayi. Ya, mga tumandok, kung laki ka, dapat serbihan mo ya bayi. Kapira ka bulan o kung pira ka tuig. Mabayo ka dyan, mangahoy, masagob, mabial. Adaya. Matabo dang pahimpit, istoryahan naman niya ponsyon nga natawag. Nga, pangayuan naman niya tiglalaki, kaduha kabilog nga baboy, masalod kaya tigbabayi ka isa kabilog. Diyan kada nagagwa ya tradisyon naman niya mga tumandok ang pagbinanog. Bangad nga nagataripon-tipon do kami nga mga pamilya katig lalaki, pamilya katig babayi. Amudang masadyaya kabuhi ka mga tumandok sa kabukiran. Amuda nga halin sa kamalaman o kon ninuno namon nga ginabilin giday ka kamalaman kag ginpapanubli kanamon nga mga sunod nga henerasyon nga dapat pangapinan. Amuda hasta do karon ginakaptan pa namo daya kag hasta sa apo namon ipapanubli namo daya nga panindugan udang manggaranon ya lupa ka mga tumandok sa dunang manggad nga malduroy nagka-interes nga paano agawon ya lupa namon ya mga tumandok o kun gubon ya kabukiran. Gindeklarar ni Diosdado Macapagal kadang 1962 ya lupa katumandok nga army reservation nga nagalapad ka 33,000 hektar. Ikaduha amudang nga may nagsulod pag nga ahensya ka gobyerno nga taga DNR nga gusto patamnan ya lupa ka mga tumandok kakakahoyan himuon nga forestry. Ikatatlo nga proyekto ka gobyerno amudang Halaor Dam nga grabe nga kahalitan ya ginatuga nasa mga dunang manggad ka mga tumandok kag makagaba ka pangabuhian namon bilang mga tumandok. Naglambot pagani nga ya iban namon nga mga tumandok andalang nga baydan para sa diin nga hindi lang magreklamo o kung magpamalabag o kung magsunod lang kakagustuhan nanda. Iya nagtao ka budget amo ya pungsod ka South Korea. Kagya kontraktor daywo. Kagya nag-implementar taganiya. Ya isa nga kakulangan ka FAIC nga waay na kami ginpaathag o kung waay nanda ginpaagi sa proseso nga ipaathag kanamon ya hanggod nga halit kadyang dam nga project ka gobyerno. Ilabi na gid dam nga gintukod nanda grabe gid ya kahalitan na o kung mawasak gid ya pangabuhian naman nga mga tumandak. Halimbawa dang dam bangod dayan dadaya mapahalin kami may posible nga mapahalin kami sa amon nga kalupaan o kung sa kabukiran. Ti paano ya amon nga kabataan kag amo nga kaapuhan paano mapapanubli namon ya dunang manggad namon o kung mga tradisyonal namon nga mga tumandak kung waay den madura kami sa lugar nga ginsubli namon sa kamalaman namon nga mga tumandak. Umpisa kadang 2011 gintukod o kung nag-umpisa ya proyekto ka gobyerno nga dam malawig nga kampanya o kung pagpamalabag pagbato namon nga hindi madayon ya proyekto nga dam nga makahalalit sa pangabuhian namon nga mga tumandak. Nagarali kami para sa diin mapaabot sa presidente o kung sa nagfinance man kadyang proyekto nga dam hastang nakalambot gani kami nga nagkaso kami sa korte, nagdialog kami sa nagakalain-lain ka ahensya ka gobyerno hastang nakaabot kami sa South Korea para sa diin mapaabot lang ya pagpangapin o kung pagpamalabag namon nga mga tumandak nga hindi lang magaba ya palang nga buhian namon kag paranublion namon sa kamalaman namon. Apang anong sabat sa gobyerno imbes tawaan na kasolusyon o kung buligan na kami nga mga tumandak para sa diin mauntat ya makahalalit yung mga proyekto pailain sabat na ginmilitarize na ya kabukiran ka mga tumandak. Ginpa plastara na ka mga military halin kadang sa amoda nga pagpamalabag naman sa kalawig din. Di may dyan kami nga na-experiensyahan nga pagpamahog kanamon nga mga tumandak para sa diin pahipusan lang kami. Nga hindi do kami magpamalabag kadaya ka proyekto ka gobyerno bangad nga grabe nga pagpangapin kag pagdepensa naman gin militarize ya kabaryuhanan o kung kabukiran ka mga tumandak amo dia nga nakaabot sa pagmasakir sa siyam kabilog nga tawo kag pagpagdakop ka 16 tawo partikular sa bana ko nakita o mismo kung paano nandagin masakir nga dyan mismo sa atubang ko kag nakita kaduha ko kamata nga gintero nanda nga waat ka bato-bato yabana ko ya epekto do karon sa mga tumandak kag gintuga nanda nga pagmasakir kag pagpagdakop trauma kag kakalba ya gintuga kanamon nga mga tumandak ilabi dagid sa kabataan nga taga minor de edad kag sa kamalaman kag hasta do karon hindi katurog haros ya tawo sa kabukiran bangod dayan pa mismo ya presensya ka military sa kabukiran kag grabeng gutom ya ginaatubang namon do karon bangod nga hindi kami kahimo kaamon nga kaingin nga pangabuhian namon nga bilang mga tumandak gani nagapanawagan ako kung sa diin man makaabot ya limog ko o kung tingog ko nga kung sin umadya kabay pa nga buligan nyo kami kadyang naatubang namon paano pahalinon ya military sa kabukiran para sa diin madura ya kahadlok kakagmat namon nga mga tumandak kagutom do karon ya ginaatubang namon sa paraabuton.
Thank you so much, Isaiah. I think our purpose of showing this keynote to all of you was to show you the inextricable relation with indigenous people have with the nature, and approximately 5% of the indigenous peoples in the world are responsible for providing stewardship for forest conservation up to above 90% in the world. The secondary purpose of showing this keynote to you was to feel the anger amongst all of you on what price is our environmental defenders and indigenous populations are paying just to do what their culture asks them to do. I mean, all of us can provide our 2 bits on different parts of the medium-term strategy. But what baffles me is the difference in the worldview. You can see the difference in the worldview, how we approach the development and how these Tumandak community and Alanan, they have approached the development. To just give you a small example, I'm speaking from Delhi, India, and just 2 days back on Sunday morning, we had a glacier burst in the state of Uttarakhand, where more than 200 people are missing. The swelling rivers and the glacier hurtled down the villages. One particular village is called Raini, where majority of the persons missing are from. Used to be the cradle of 90s, 70s, very popular movement, Chipko Andolan, where people hug the trees to save them from large-scale deforestation. And that is known worldwide. Their movement is known worldwide. And a couple of years back, the people from the Raini village have petitioned the local court to stop development of hydropower dams, which are just in the close vicinity of the Nanda Devi glacier that burst. Among the people who are missing, it's mainly workers and villagers. And they have never asked for these hydropower stations, and they have never asked for the all-weather 4-lane highways. So it's the local people, poor people, who are paying the cost for our imagination of the development. I will stop here, and we have 2 panel of brilliant speakers, and we are also happy to announce that Mr. Jorge Laguna Celis, Secretary of the Governing Bodies, will also join us in the panel too. But right now, I'll hand over to Wali Haider, who will facilitate the panel 1. Wali, over to you.
Thank you, Ajay. Thanks for providing a great concept contextualizing of I would say the People's Forum, the major groups and stakeholder consultation. And I would start with a very positive note, which Jorge have. In fact, the presidency also has a very positive note towards civil society. And I would remind myself Jorge's comment that he will make sure that the meaningful engagement and enabling environment for CSO engagement during all these engagement. So I'm quite happy to see this kind of a positive approach by Unev and UNEA. Continuing to this, our keynote speaker from Philippines, Annalyn Gignanto, and her story is just to realize us how the local indigenous communities are facing harassment, killings, and murder in the face of land grabbing and corporatization. To continue with these testimonies, here is this panel 1 on reflecting on MTS in the light of grassroots realities. One of the grounded realities we already heard in the video. We have an excellent panel with us. I would start with, I hope everybody, all the panelists are here. Leah, Charles, Alejandro, Caroline, and Saru. I would first request Leah Alonso from Center for Environmental Concern, Philippines. CEC to provide her input on grassroots realities regarding MTS. Over to you, Leah.
Hi. Wait, I'm just trying to set up. Ayan, there.
Yeah.
Can I share my screen? How can I do this?
You will have to ask permission from Isaiah to share your screen, and he can make you able to share your screen.
Isaiah, can you
please.
allow?
Can you see it now?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you and see your PowerPoint. Make it in a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Full screen, full screen.
Is it in full screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
Thank you, Ali. On behalf of the Asia Pacific Network of Environmental Defenders, or APNED, we would like to thank the organizers and Unep for this opportunity to share our perspectives on its medium-term strategy and program of work. First, it is positive that Unep continues to pledge to support the UN system and countries to enhance the promotion, protection, and respect of environmental rights as part of its environmental governance subprogram. We affirm that the identification of monitoring of threats to defenders, advocacy for better protection of defenders, and support for informed participation of environmental defenders in environmental decision-making as concrete steps are fundamental to address the increasingly daunting challenges we environmental defenders face in the region. We are concerned, however, that while there is explicit statement of the principle that a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is integral to the full enjoyment of a wide range of human rights, there is no mention, on the other hand, of the integral role of environmental defenders, and therefore the integrity of their human rights, in the full realization of a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This is scientific reality. Last July 2020, a peer-reviewed international journal, Global Environmental Change, published an analysis of 2,743 cases of environmental conflicts around the world that characterized the conflicts, the environmental defenders involved, and insights into their successful strategies in protecting the environment. The study, led by academics from Spain, China, Turkey, and Canada, revealed that environmental defenders were successful in stopping environmentally destructive and socially conflictive projects in 11% of the cases. This success rate was found to increase up to 27% through a combination of particular strategies such as preventive mobilization, protest diversification, and litigation. The environmental conflicts covered a plethora of planetary concerns such as mining, energy and climate, biomass and land use, water management, infrastructures, industries, waste management, nuclear, conservation, and tourism. The study noted, however, that the success of environmental defenders have invited increasingly political repression, including high rates of criminalization, physical violence, and assassinations. The data is clear. The work of environmental defenders is demonstrably an effective strategy for nature, climate, and pollution action. It is also a dangerous task that requires greater support and stronger protection. Thus, we have the following recommendations. We thus recommend that the MTS explicitly recognize that the human rights of environmental defenders are likewise integral to the full realization of a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Further, we recommend that the MTS specifically identify the provision of legal aid, support for preventive mobilizations, and support for advocacy strategy diversification to environmental defenders as further concrete actions it will undertake. Second, it is commendable that UNEP has set out on its Nature Action sub-program to mainstream biodiversity in economic and political governance, bearing in mind the overarching target outcome of ensuring nature is contributing to human well-being. We hope UNEP articulates science-based standards for human rights, planetary limits, keystone species, and other non-negotiable factors crucial to the well-being, especially of humanity's poorest and most vulnerable. For instance, we must be clear about the limits to what trade-offs are acceptable in the zero net loss economic pathways. Which species extinction or ecosystem degradation vis-a-vis cannot be compensated by offsets? Can saplings easily offset the loss of old-growth forests? Can the loss of culture, heritage, and life be sufficiently compensated at all? From this, we recommend the adoption of science and rights-based standards in the mainstreaming of biodiversity protection in our natural resource management and economic planning frameworks. We hope for UNEP's due consideration of our recommendations, and we look forward to building a better world together with UNEP and our fellow environmental defenders as the MPS rolls out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah, for providing us the details of, in a summary, regarding how environmental defenders around the globe are being struggling, and there are some positive cases, but still harassment, killing, and atrocities by different forces are still there. Our next speaker is Charles Magawangi from Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. We have been experienced working with PACJA during the last major group and stakeholder consultation, where PACJA played a vital role as a local organizer of civil society consultation conference. So the floor is yours, Charles. Charles, are you? I'm not sure Carlos are here in the room because there is no response. While we will find him and he'll join, I would request our next speaker, which is Alejandro Barolis from Bolivia. Alejandro is a Latin American PCFS, the People's Coalition of Food Sovereignty, focal point in Bolivia. The floor is yours, Alejandro.
Thank you very much, Wally. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, go ahead, Alejandro. We can hear you and see you as well.
Again, yeah. Well, I must start with an affirmation. The global food system is rooted in a complex architecture of exploitation and oppression, which deprives small food producers of their right to land and resources. It stirs the population in the midst of abundance and pushes our planetary limits to a point of no return. Without fear of being wrong, all this caused mainly by corporations and companies, especially those related to large-scale agribusiness and supported by states that respond to neoliberal policies. However, my purpose in this meeting is also to share about our work in Bolivia and our efforts to change these unjust realities. The Thomas Katari Polytechnic Institute, IPTK, since its foundation in 1976 to date, has been developing actions for the benefit of the poorest people in Bolivia. IPTK is an active member of, as you said, PCFS, the People's Coalition of Food Sovereignty, a global network of small food producers, especially farmers, and support NGOs working for food sovereignty. Among our strategic lines as IPTK, one is Mother Earth, whose objective is to contribute to the construction of an alternative development model to capitalism, which allows us to relate in harmony between human beings and with Mother Earth for a dignified life. And we will do so by contributing to the economic development of peasants and indigenous families through the responsible use of natural resources, caring for the environment, mitigating and adapting the effects of climate change, and thus guaranteeing food security with sovereignty. Now, I would like to share with you shortly our conceptual approach and then share our practice in our communities. All this I intend to contrast with the responsibility assumed by companies and corporations, and to finally make some suggestions in terms of gaps, challenges foreseen in the implementation of the medium-term strategy of the Unep. The conceptual approach starts from transforming erroneous concepts of the Western development model of seeing nature as an object. We have to change that, considering it as and treating it as a subject, seeing its components, water, land, biodiversity, not just as a simple resource, but as natural goods, which we do not only interact, but are related, and we are interdependent. This profound change of conceiving nature as a subject comes from the ancestral knowledge of indigenous peoples, both Andean and Amazonian of Bolivia and Latin America, who sought to live in harmony with nature and all its components within the framework of living well. The philosophy contains knowledge applicable to various areas of human development, such as knowing how to eat, making the difference between meal and food, between producing clean or organic products, agroecological approach, to achieve the state of Kumara. Kumara, which is an integral health, which means integral health, that is not only physical health, but also mental, psychological, and even spiritual, but not only individual, but collective of all members of a community. Based on these concepts and principles, IPTK works for food security with sovereignty as a line of action so that people who participate in our projects not only have access to food in sufficient quantity, but also in quality and without generating dependency with the national agribusiness or the big transnational corporations. Our territorial intervention model is based on first construction of infrastructure and all productive base, B, diversification of agriculture production with the introduction of vegetables and improvement of seeds of traditional crops, all with an agroecological approach. Then C, a comprehensive training process for producers, not only training them technically, but also making them aware of the social, political, economic, and cultural reality of Bolivia to change it. D, through the association of the community economic organizations, we provide supporting marketing processes to improve family income with the sale of production surplus after they cover the nutritional needs of each family. And finally, we help them to primary industrialization to improve its production. However, despite all these efforts that the communities make, we are facing challenges. The climate change, for example, and the control of corporations and companies on food and agriculture that promote land grabbing, the use of transgenic seeds, GMOs, the application of tools that concerns profit and not people's interest, among many other things. That's why the Unep medium-term strategy must consider in its implementation, one, that the lack of land continues to be the most important cause of poverty in most countries of the Global South. Second, that the vast majority of farmers' organizations in the Global South will reject market-assisted land reform, and we unite under the banner of a genuinely redistributed land reform. Third, that we repudiate the agricultural plunder of the Global South and promote the right of rural peoples to land, seeds, and resources. Fourth, and finally, that our proposal is a just, equitable agroecology and regenerative agriculture in opposition to the devastating impacts of corporate agriculture. Our objective is to recover the corporatized agricultural and food production. Finally, as a recommendation to UNEP, as part of the United Nations system, to make that as a sustainable agriculture was introduced in official talks and in particular in the Sustainable Development Goals. A more corporative look was assimilated. Large food and beverage corporations and even transgenic seeds and pesticides transnational companies have advocated for sustainable intensification, a green transformation of sustainable agriculture. Going further, sustainable intensification found its so-called middle ground with climate-smart agriculture. That's why we call for a revocation of the 2019 Strategic Alliance between the United Nations and the World Economic Forum and its implication for the 2030 Agenda. We call for a more inclusive UN Food System Summit and a Unep MST with the small rural food producers as main actors and not corporate representatives. We want a food system that is pro-people and not for profit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro, for a comprehensive input. I would request each speaker, please restrict to yourself within 7 minutes because we need to finish by 6 and we only have around 80 minutes for overall this session for panel 1 and panel 2. I came to know that Charles Magawangi is already in room. It's turned to Charles, but before that, Asaya, can you please make Sarojini Rangam as one of the panelists because she has to speak and she also has a presentation. Please, in the meantime, Charles will speak. You make her as a panelist and allow her to share her screen. Now I hand over to Charles from Pagja. Welcome, Charles. The floor is yours. We can't hear you. You need to unmute. Can someone unmute or Charles, you unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
He is unmuted.
Speak, Charles.
Charles, please check your audio settings.
So these are the challenges of the hybrid and online meeting we are struggling these days. And as a civil society groups, we need to also see how the new normal brings challenges to us especially in the third world. Charles, did you manage to fix your problem? In the meantime, Charles, audio setting can be settled, and I would ask Secretariat, our tech group, to take care of Charles' audio. I would request Caroline Motohani from Yvonne, Africa, to speak for this grassroots realities and reflection regarding MTS. So the floor is yours, Caroline. And in the meantime, I would request also to Asaya to make Saro as a panelist and try to fix audio issue of Charles. Caroline, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead, please. The floor is yours. I can hear you, and you can turn on your video.
I'm not able to turn on my video.
Caro is using the phone, so she'll just speak.
Okay, Caroline, can you please speak? You have 7 minutes.
My name is Caroline Muthoni Muturi, working at Avon Africa and based in Kenya. We are thankful for the opportunity to share with you some of our initial critiques to the medium-term strategy document. We're looking forward to more engagements on this to help us shape truly rights-based, gender-just, and people-centered climate action. In regards to our critics, United Nations Environmental Programme has focused on high-emitting countries, and we are deeply concerned that the historical responsibility for climate change is being lost in the Unep's focus on high-emitting countries and also emitting sectors. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has established that the largest share of historical global emissions of greenhouse gases has originated in the global north. Climate science is also categorical on the fact that the per capita emissions in developing countries are still relatively low. We therefore recommend that the medium-term strategy document reflect this crucial nuance and recover the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities as its grounding principle for climate action. In regards to climate transparency and accountability, it should not only be about tracking and reporting on countries' climate actions. Transparency and accountability should also mean that countries' climate ambitions reflect their climate debt. Currently, this is not the case. Developed countries keep lowering their ambitions, with some citing the COVID-19 pandemic to rev up their fossil fuel industry. Meanwhile, developing countries are increasingly pressured to relinquish their development space. We therefore recommend that the United Nations Environmental Programme to consider transparency and accountability in countries' pledges, including public finance, public climate finance from developed countries to developing countries by ensuring that they commensurate with their responsibility as well as their capability, and also to respect developing countries, their rights to development. MTS document broadly speaks about designing incentives to encourage private sectors shifting towards low carbon and sustainable business models. It has failed to really articulate the need to support for stronger and binding mechanisms to hold corporations to account. following the polluters pay principle, we recommend that the medium-term strategy should at least advocate for stronger mechanisms to hold corporations to account for the impacts of their operations to the environment, climate, and society. There's also the issue of the so-called nature-based solutions to climate change. Excuse me. Fossil fuel companies and agro corporations, they promote nature-based solutions and increase their investments in them with the explicit intention of offsetting their carbon emissions. While carbon offsets are useful for those who want to continue with, business as usual, they do not really reduce our emissions. And in some instances, displacement of local communities from their own land, we therefore recognize the need to protect biodiversity and contribute in achieving the Paris Agreement goal of protecting the ecosystems and communities that really depend on them. Nature-based solutions should not obscure from, the main priority of breaking free from fossil fuels and also unsafe energy systems, and it must be decoupled from carbon offset projects that are associated with land grabbing, human rights violations, and livelihood impacts on women, people, the local community. In terms of women and environment, women have an equal participation.
Caroline, can you finish as soon as possible?
All right, thank you. So women have an equal participation in decision-making processes, and we also, advocate for at least equality as far as women contribution in climate-related planning, policy making, and implementation is concerned. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to more engagements. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline, for your input. As we are running out, I'll not elaborate key point of your talk. I would directly go to one of our last speaker from Pesticide Action Network Asia and the Pacific, Sarojani Rengum, the Executive Director of Unep. I hope Saru is here and she will be allowed to share her PowerPoint. The Saru, floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Is it possible to share my PowerPoint? Okay. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, Saru.
Hello.
Yes, Saru. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You can see your great opening slide.
Okay, thank you very much, Wali, for the facilitation and for this invitation. I just wanted to say that 2 weeks ago, Unep actually published a report on the environmental and health impacts of pesticides and fertilizers and ways to minimize those impacts. And there's a summary for policymakers, and it's called the Advanced Draft. And so I thought I will focus my presentation and the recommendations on this very important issue. One of the things that the Unep report quoted was a peer-reviewed study published by BMC Public Health, where approximately 385 million farmers and workers suffer from non-fatal, unintentional pesticide poisonings every year, vastly increase. Previously in WHO in 91 said 25 million. Now we have 385 million farmers and workers who are poisoned, and 11,000 deaths from accidental pesticide exposure. 70% of 2,000 farmers and workers interviewed by PANEP in 7 countries in the Asia-Pacific region said they suffered acute pesticide poisoning. So serious problem, especially in agrarian societies where food and agriculture production is very important. The report also goes on to talk about pesticides being omnipresent in the environment. It affects the biodiversity, it affects soil, air, and water, and everything that we are consuming. They also highlighted the illegal trade, but something that was missing was the double standards in exporting banned pesticides. Pesticides banned in the country of origin, but dumped in our countries. And those are banned because of health and environmental reasons. And the failure of pesticide management at the national level in all countries, the power of the pesticide industry and the corporate and the lack of corporate accountability. And worse now, there is an FAO CropLife, and CropLife is, as we know, an association of the pesticide industry. So there is now an FAO and CropLife alliance, and pesticide industry and a UN agency, it's like having wolves guarding the chicken coop. Anyway, moving on, the double standards, it's really very rampant at the country level and with big transnational corporations facilitating this double standards as well. PAN Germany found in a study that as of 2017, Germany exported 1,000 tons of 9 pesticides which are not approved for use in the EU, including the pesticides cyanamide, acetochlor, and tepraloxidine, which are listed in the listed by the EU as carcinogenic and toxic to reproduction, and exported almost 60,000 tons of pesticide ingredients. In another study by Public Eye, another NGO in Switzerland, according to estimates in 2017, 51 of the 120 pesticide active ingredients in Syngenta's portfolio are not authorized for use in its home country, Switzerland. So there's a lot of double standards. It's in Europe, Asia, and as well as in US, and we are seeing that that dumping of these pesticides in our countries. What is the way forward? And I wanted to start this by saying that this is in response to the serious adverse impacts of pesticides on health and the environment, particularly affecting vulnerable people, including children, women and men farmers, and agricultural workers. And so we would like to ensure that we have a way to deal with these pesticides, and calling for a global mechanism to phase out and ban the highly hazardous pesticides. Strong support for agroecology, because that is what we think is very essential. It provides, it's economically viable and socially just approach to sustainable agriculture and food systems that fits into ecosystem-based approaches, which MTS talks about, and nature-based solutions, which is also in the MTS, but agroecological solutions, we feel, should be the cornerstone of the solution to effectively replace highly hazardous pesticides and for a healthy food and agriculture production system. So, and the third aspect we think is very important is that it should be based on human rights approach. And I think it's not just in those sections where this comes up, but I also think in the chemical and pollution action there should be a strong basis on human rights. And the lack of corporate accountability, I think that's one of the key elements where ban pesticides in the countries of origin coming to our countries and dumped there really is not corporate accountability, and it's not governmental accountability also. So I also think ending double standards is also very, very important. We're also calling for a specific target that by 2030, the use of highly hazardous pesticides is eliminated for agriculture. There's a global action plan of FAO that has this target, but it's still a draft. So we are hoping that the Toxic Alliance does not change that specific target, actually. And of course, the inclusion of these recommendations in the MTS, which is, and the recommendations of the Unep report, I think that's also quite important. Finally, I think the support for small food producers, if you're talking about food and agriculture production, if you talk about pesticides, even agriculture, but also in domestic levels, the importance of the support for small food producers becomes very, very important. And so protecting the health and environment of small food producers and their communities, as well as consumers, should be our priority. Ensuring their livelihoods with agroecology, because we feel that this is a good solution for nature, for the environment, and for human health. And advance food sovereignty as a right for farmers, land to the landless, agrarian reform, and the rights of women farmers and workers, and support for them as they struggle with the situations in the countries with the pandemic and the intensified militarization and violations of our rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Saru, for your insightful presentation on pesticide use and hazardous. And there is a reference of UN report of 32,000 or 33,000 people are affected by the poison and pesticide, and there are killings by that. So
835 million, Wali, every year.
Oh my God, 385 million everyone. It's quite a lot of, and out of them, 11 were been killed also. 11,000 have been killed. So it's a quite concerning and alarming situation here. Now I think Charles' audio issue have been resolved. And now let's welcome to our last speaker of panel one, Charles from Pakja. The floor is yours, Charles. You have 6-7 minutes. Can't hear you, Charles. Is your mic is muted, unmuted? I'm sorry, we can't hear you, Charles. No, can't hear you. So this technological glitches brings us in such a situation where we need to deal with. I don't know how we can resolve this, but I have experience and have observation that during all of these online meetings, there are instances where this technology, internet, and all that is not being helpful for us. So there is a way we need to see how we can resolve the issue. So anyway, we have to go ahead because we are running out of time. I'm sorry, Charles, because we can't have your audio. So I'll go for a small question and answer session. So I think the tech team will see who is raising hand and to be unmuted. I'll request, I'll take only 2 questions because we have a very important second panel. Is there anyone who has a question to whom? Please identify yourself and your organization and your question to whom you are asking the question. So the floor is open for question.
Angela, please speak.
Sorry, Asaya.
I've unmuted Angela. She has her hands up. Angela, right?
Angela, okay. We will take 2 questions, Asaya. So let's have Angela and then next one if you have someone. Angela, go ahead.
Hello. No, I didn't have my hand up, but thank you so much, Isaiah.
Okay, okay.
Please do go to someone else.
Thank
you.
That's good, no problem. That's the beauty of the civil society forum, that we are not like very kind of official and official mode. It's okay, no problem. Is there any hand raised, Asaya?
Not currently.
Currently. So it means there is no question. And can we hear Charles? Is mic issue has been resolved, or is he still having an issue? Okay, Charles. Okay, so I would end here. Panel Charles, I can see you. Can you unmute yourself and try to speak for the last time, because all of you want to hear from you. No, I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Okay, sorry, sorry, man. Next time we will hear you physically. During UNEA 5.2, we'll be there and physically feel you and hear you. So with that, I will end the panel 1 session. We have a lot of recommendation and experience sharing. I would be sharing this all that in the second panel when Jorge would be there, and I would thank everyone here for being with us for the first panel. It was really very insightful and useful for setting up the context of our consultation. And I would hand over the floor to Ajay Cha, of the facilitator of the consultation. Thank you, Ajay.
Wally? Hello? Wally?
Yes, Leticia.
Yes, sorry to interrupt here. I'm also monitoring the questions panel, and I do see that Janice Cox apparently had her hand raised. Could you give her the floor, please? Thank you.
Yes, of course, of course, of course. If I have because I don't have this access, this kind of the option. That's why I asked Asaya. If there is any raised hand, please go ahead and please allow her to.
I have unmuted Janice, who wanted to say her question.
Hello, this is Jennifer Gerard speaking, regional facilitator for the North America region. I just wanted to add a comment and thank all of the wonderful presenters in panel 1 for their inputs. It was really enlightening. And I wanted to just add one point that came up quite frequently in our consultations in the North America region in the lead up to UNEA 5.1 regarding data policy. And by and large, a lot of the stakeholders we spoke to were supportive of the emphasis in the medium-term strategy on digital transformations within Unep, but flagged quite strongly the potential issues, risks, and challenges that come about with striving to have this open source, accessible data, and what that might mean for people actually working on the ground. And I thought that point was quite relevant in light of what we heard, for example, regarding environmental defenders from Leah Alonso and others. So I just wanted to add that point here, that a data policy, protections for human rights and also digital human rights of people working on the ground will be quite critical and should come out more strongly in the medium-term strategy. Thank you.
Janice?
Can we move on, Wally, if there are no more questions or comments?
Janice, can you speak?
Apologies, I had just finished speaking. Thank you.
Dear all, we are looking for Janice Cox, please. Janice, you had given the floor, not Jennifer. Jennifer Gerard already spoke. We need Janice Cox now. Her microphone was unmuted. Thank you.
Wale, Janet is unavailable, but Leida can speak on her behalf.
Wally, we can't hear you any longer, I guess.
Hey, all. It's Leida. Is it possible to speak on behalf of Janice from the same organization?
Hear me?
Yes, there, Janice.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Janice. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank goodness, at last. I was talking away and nothing was audible, sorry. So what I wanted to say is that I think there were some very interesting presentations, but I'm not quite sure how some of them related to the medium-term strategy. And I wondered whether the speakers are having some of the same problems with the strategy that the World Federation for Animals is having. What we're finding is that because of the approach of taking the three main pillars of the three existential threats, there are some things that are falling outside the strategy, and there are also some things that are systemic, that go through every strand and are in danger of not being addressed properly. Let me just give you a couple of examples. So not being addressed at all, not being included, is animal issues and animal welfare. Animals are only mentioned twice throughout the whole strategy, once in pollination, animal pollination, and once in the animals threatened with extinction. And these are important parts, of course, but animals are also a critical part of our environment and nature. And they should be an important part of Unep strategy and work plan. They should be explicitly included, and they're not. And in fact, the only way to achieve effective and holistic action to reorientate human relationships with the environment and animals is to specifically address animal issues and animal welfare in the strategy. And without doing that, we're not going to be able to take the actions needed to prevent future pandemics. Another example is where we need transformative change that feeds in across each of these three pillars. This isn't working. One example is, it was mentioned in the talks, our broken food systems. Now, this really needs to be addressed urgently. We've got this year's Food Systems Summit coming up. UNEP needs to be working to analyse, to advocate, to work with stakeholders on this, and it must be in the medium-term strategy. But also it needs some responsibility. It needs to be driven by a department and by an individual who are answerable to the tasks for this. And this isn't showing up in the medium-term strategy. So food systems have to be transformed.
Thank you, Janice. We share your concern.
Good. I'm so pleased.
We'll have to move in the interest of time. I heard Lida.
Sure.
Is Lida still there? Lida,
Thank
you want to? Yeah. Lida, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it was to speak on behalf of Janice if she had technical problems with her microphone. So I'm not going to add too much on that, but just to reiterate again that indeed within the program of work and the midterm strategy, I think there should be an extra chapter on animals and animal welfare for the reason that Janice gave. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments and reactions and suggestions. We welcome all of those.
Ajay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I tried a lot, but now I just unmuted myself. Thank you very much, everyone. Ajay, take your turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wali, for your excellent facilitation, and we will request you to be with us. Just to share a super quick summary when Jorge joins us, I'll request Isaiah to make Doug and Sasha Gabizon and Net our panelists so that they can take turns conveniently when it's their turn. I also hope that Jorge has joined us. We heard concerns of environmental defenders, and we heard concerns related to climate action with regards to sustainable agriculture and agroecology. We heard concerns related to pesticide poisoning from Saro, who raised very pertinent questions with regard to ending what do you call double speak of some of the countries and policy. I think we have had a lot of resonance of these aspirations, and I would say that we have somewhat become a captive of our own aspirations, which I don't think is a very bad thing to be. So with those words, I'll give floor to Doug from CEOPS, who will speak on conflict and disaster. Then I'll request Sasha Gabizon. Then I'll request Net from ETC Group to speak on science policy interface. This panel is focused on lessons for the MTS, and I'll request all the panelists to restrict them to 7 to 8 minutes so that we have enough time to hear from Jorge on all these concerns. And now we understand that we are at the fag end of MTS being approved, how these concerns can be taken forward in the implementation of the medium-term strategy of the UNEP. Doug, floor is yours. Welcome, Doug. Doug, can you hear us? Hi, Doug. I can see that you have unmuted yourself. Please go on. Floor is yours.
Okay. Hi there, AJ. Just let me see if I can.
Yeah. Can you also please put on your camera? Yeah.
Can.
Thanks.
Hi, AJ. Good to see you. Yeah, I just wanted to speak very briefly about disasters and conflicts. So this is my thanks to the Civil Society Unit for the invitation to speak. Just give me one moment to share my screen. Okay, can you see a screen? Which screen am I sharing? AJ, can you see a screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Excellent. Is it the one with some PowerPoint slides on? Perfect.
No, it's a black screen, sorry. Just
okay.
Desktop.
It's the desktop that we can see.
How's that looking?
Yeah, now we can see your screen.
Great stuff. So yeah, just want to speak very briefly about disasters and conflicts. So this is quite a big change in the medium-term strategy. Probably one of the more significant, I think, amongst the different areas of work that UNEP addresses. So essentially what's happening, instead of there being a dedicated disasters and conflicts sub-program with responsibility for this work, the intention is to mainstream the work that disasters and conflicts sub-program would have been doing across the new thematic sub-programs. So if you see here on the left, this was the last medium-term strategy where there's a clear sub-program, and then the extremely elaborate cube strategy on the right-hand side. And you'll see from here that disasters and conflicts were absent. In fact, the sub-program has been replaced by digital transformations, the new sub-program there. We had some concerns about this, and together with Amnesty International and Zoya Environment Network, we wrote to Inga Anderson expressing these concerns, and UNEP have emphasised that there is a commitment to leave no one behind, and they remain very focused on the special needs of disaster and conflict affected states, and we'll be focusing on this in the strategy. So the situation at the moment is that international attention on the environmental dimensions of peace and security has never really been greater than it is at the moment. You know, we've had this being discussed in UN Environment Assembly, UN Security Council, elsewhere. Clearly with climate change, there's increasing climatic insecurity and disasters associated with climate change. Really importantly for us is that the disaster and conflict sub-program, you know, over the last 20 years, it's been hugely influential in the work that we do and that a lot of our colleagues do around the world. There was direct knowledge that came from the ground and from the programs they were doing, which has then fed into policy work. Now, it's true that fragile conflict and disaster affected countries do obviously require focused support on all the sort of main issues we're looking at: climate, biodiversity, governance. That's, you know, evident and fully obvious. But so in that respect, mainstreaming does make sense to ensure that those most in need are prioritised through UNEP's work. But on a technical basis, when you look at this, losing sub-program status means you're losing a dedicated budget. What we see as well is that UNEP, like most UN organisations, is institutionally quite risk averse. And we also see from the Committee of Permanent Representatives that UNEP's mandate on conflicts is contested by a vocal minority of states. So it's politically sensitive and quite difficult work for UNEP to do. And so this is the question: if UNEP are looking at two different projects, one of them is in a disaster or conflict affected country, one isn't, which one are they going to choose? Are they going to choose the safe project? Donors want quick results and quick returns. So are we going to see this kind of trend away from work in these contexts, when in fact what we need to be seeing is more work than ever And part of that, it's also not really clear whose responsibility it's going to be to make sure that mainstreaming and ownership of this process sort of goes on, and how it's going to be monitored and how it's going to be measured. And from looking at the programme of work, which I think the next session we'll deal with, there's not a great deal in there about how this sort of goal of mainstreaming conflicts across all these programmes is going to be actually developed. So it's a question of, well, what's our role as civil society and also other stakeholders like states? So it's very clear, as I said at the start, that the number of people at risk from disasters and conflicts continues to increase globally and will continue to increase further. As I just pointed out, the medium-term strategy, it's been negotiated, it's pretty much been adopted. There's very little we can do to change it now. So the question is, over the next 4 years, there's real onus on member states and also on us as civil society to ensure that Unep does as it's proposing and effectively mainstreams disaster and conflicts across its new pillars of work. And if it doesn't do that, then that clearly risks leaving some of the world's most vulnerable people behind. So there's some key questions for us, which we need to ask of Unep collectively as civil society. The first one is this around Unep's knowledge and experience on disaster and conflicts. How is that going to be sustained and expanded when there's no sub-program, when it's just part of other people's projects? And how is that knowledge and understanding going to sort of feed into the work that we and other stakeholders in this sector do? Crucially, and very bluntly, from a financial perspective, what measures are going to be in place to ensure that the work of disaster and conflicts is actually sustainably financed across different timescales, across the different programs, when there's no longer the final financial benefits of being a sub-program, there's no dedicated budget for specific work on disaster and conflicts. And finally, we'd like to see really clear targets and indicators developed to ensure that the success of the mainstreaming measures, which it's mentioned multiple times through the strategy, can be properly tracked, and there's that element of accountability and understanding of who is responsible for mainstreaming. I think we've all seen, I probably all have experience that the environment to some extent tends to be mainstreamed across other sectors, but unless somebody really takes ownership of that process, then it just kind of dissolves away. So these are some of our chief concerns, which we've already raised with Unep and which we'll continue to raise in the coming years. And I think that's it. So yeah, AJ, you can have a couple more minutes back and that's me done.
Thank you so much, Doug. I think you have very clear questions and from the unit, and we should have a response on that soon, I guess. Can somebody from the Office of Secretary of the Governing Body or Europe Secretariat confirm that whether Mr. Jorge has joined? Or we had hoped that he can join us when we begin the panel 2. But in the meantime, we would like to go with our next speaker, Sasha Gabizon. Sasha, floor is yours.
Yes, hello everybody. I'll try to put my camera. Not sure, I don't think, let's see, this one maybe. Yes, hello AJ, hello everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I'm with the Women Engaged for a Common Future, and we are part of the Women's Major Group. And it's wonderful that despite all the challenges, we are together today for our global forum. And I just want to have a quick look from our perspective on the previous medium-term strategy and what it means for the new MTS, and clearly putting it in the context of what we see today, that our economies are tankers on a crash course with survival of this planet and with its beings, and the UNEP that did get for itself an increasingly important role in global governance, which links environmental governance with the Sustainable Development Goals and linking all the parts of the UN's work really to making sure that we address this huge crisis of our planetary destruction, which is ongoing. But of course, we also know that UNEP is financially relatively small and very dependent on a few governments, and increasingly dependent also on support from private sector partners. And these are a few of the issues I would like to highlight briefly in my presentation. So, I mean, what we have seen with the COVID crisis, and which we would need to apply to the global planetary crisis is, of course, that action can be taken, instruments are there to put brakes on our economies, and that it's an opportunity. So the COVID crisis gives us an opportunity indeed to look at the future, and it's not about building back better, because we don't want to go back to the old destructive economic exploitative systems, but building back forward, and that we build back to inclusive, or forward to inclusive, sustainable, gender just community economic models. And it has been a challenge in the past for Unep to address the social justice aspects of its environmental governance work, even though a lot of very good stuff has been done. And so I just want to say that we do appreciate that the new medium-term strategy does bring in a gender dimension quite strongly in its analysis. If you read it, you will see that indeed it recognizes that there is a very high and uneven burden carried by women from the crisis. 80% of those who are displaced by climate change are women. We also see a very high percentage of food being produced in sub-Saharan Africa and other regions by small women farmers, but who suffer also often from exclusion, from decisions ownership, and indigenous peoples communities who are facing land grabbing, as we have seen in the very strong video which you showed us at the beginning. So I think it's all linked, and we need to have indeed a recognition of the important parts of human rights and environmental defenders in the work Unep has to be doing in the coming years, and look also at the gender dimension within that. We see that when I listen to Saroyeni's presentation, for example, we see that the food system is really has become, the industrialized food system has become part of the global environmental collapse. We heard about the 300, what was it? I already forgot, but it's an amazing figure of people who are ill or dying from pesticide exposure. And it's really also about the impact it has on our health, everybody's health. Yeah? Our hormone systems are being deregulated. We're getting chronic diseases, which are irreversible, like cancer and diabetes. It is completely unacceptable that we're still using highly hazardous pesticides, and that we have EU countries who are so-called ecological exporting with double standards their forbidden pesticides to low-income countries. And so we fully support the proposal by Pesticide Action Network for Unep to work on supporting FAO on the target for phasing out all highly hazardous pesticides. Of course, that's clear, yeah. But we have to go much further than that. It's really about phasing out all pesticides. Our organization, WCF, has just done a 2-year project on testing farms and nature reserves, looking at the devastating destruction of insect populations, and they are linked to the pesticide pollutions. And even in our nature reserves, where you have no farming whatsoever, we have found pesticide residues which are linked to the destruction of the insects and the bees. And also on organic farms, and the partners, you know, the farmers who are blamed for that are themselves very much squashed between, on the one hand, banks and agriculture companies, and on the other hand, the biodiversity, which is depleting their ability to produce. And so we need governments to stand up and to have legislation which really focuses on phasing out pesticides and other hazardous chemicals, and at the same time supporting a just transition and a transit to agroecology for all farmers. And for example, in my city, we pay farmers in the drinking water catchment area money every year just to protect the drinking water and to be organic farmers. And these are models which can be used in many places. And so I think when we look at the role of Unep, we indeed see that there is this very clear link with the agro-industrial complex, and that we have to be extremely clear that when Unep is going to address in its new MTS, the three crises, climate change, biodiversity protection, and stopping chemical pollution, that they come together in, for example, the agro-industry, and that we need to have UNEP to really stand up for coherence, and that we cannot, on the one hand, have policies that address climate change by building big dams that put indigenous peoples off their lands, as we saw in the movie AG, or by big biofuel plantations that also put indigenous peoples off their lands, or by spraying more pesticides on GMO crops that are marked as so-called salt and weed resistant. All of that is witching our eyes, and we really need UNEP to be very, very principled. That the only way forward is agroecology, is phasing out of hazardous chemicals, and it will need a very big effort from governments and partners to work on that. And there are some really good partners UNEP is working with, like the Center for Technology Climate Network, who we also partner with on local solutions. But we indeed are still concerned about
Sasha,
some
sorry
of
to interrupt you, but
yeah.
you have last minute to wrap up. You have one more minute to wrap up. Yeah.
Okay. So, but we're still worried about greenwashing, and we're still worried about some of the private sector partners that are working with UNEP, also in the science policy forum, including the fertilizer industry, who is not a champion of agroecology, but also new tech companies like Amazon, big contributors to greenhouse gases, not just in labor competence. So we do urge that they have done a lot on this. We do urge UNEP to continue working on strengthening their private partnership agreements and really focus on real champions and be local champions. So for the women's major group, I'll end here. We see that it's really about the rights holders first, and we need to make sure that these rights holders are at the table, and that we're not talking about the private interest holders. The rights holders, including our grassroots partners from the women's major group, need to be there and be heard loud and clearly. And as the women's major group, will that to contribute to that in the coming MTS period. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Sasha. Rights holder versus private interest holder. Since we are also waiting for Jorge to join us, we will utilize this small window to take one question. There's a question from somebody named Hassan Ali Jaja from Jordan. Hassan, can you hear me? Can I ask Letitia to enable him to have access to his audio and video? In the meantime, if somebody has a question on either Doug's or Sasha's presentation, you can raise your hand or indicate to the tech team. Hassan, can we have you? Hassan's question is addressed to Doug.
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you, Hassan. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm talking on behalf of the Arab Group for the Protection of Nature. We've been planting trees, fruit trees in Jordan and Palestine since 20 years now, since year 2000. And now, some days ago, the Israelis, the Israeli army and the occupiers in the West Bank are having a big campaign to uproot the trees that we are planting. Sometimes they are using big bulldozers, and they are uprooting trees at a rate of 1 tree per minute. And they have put a budget of $7 million to use cars, people, and airplanes to see where have we planted in order to uproot these trees, because they see the trees as a threat to the occupation, because they play a vital role in helping the Palestinians to stand fast in their homeland. So we would like this to be officially raised within us, and in the United Nations in the UNEA, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hassan. Doug, would you like to respond to this question briefly? Doug?
Hey, AJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I saw some of the coverage of this this week. I think the situation in Palestine is a good example of the limits of UNEA and Unep, I think, in their mandates on conflicts. Back at UNEA 2, it was a resolution on environmental situation in Gaza, which almost derailed the entire assembly due to objections from states. But I think it's also one of those areas where it's clearly a huge issue, both in Palestine, but also many places around the world where you have these environmental issues which are key for livelihoods, key for sustainable development, and also key for protecting nature and preventing climate impacts as well. I think there's a real need for UNEP to get serious and to ensure that it addresses this, because there are so few international organizations who are addressing this and can do it in a coherent way, looking at multiple environmental issues within the context of fragile and conflict affected states. So yeah, I'm not sure how to respond. I'm not sure it'll be a struggle to get a response from UNEP or UNEA on that particular example and situation in Palestine, but I think it's a good example of why we need coherent environmental thinking, particularly for environmental peace building. Yeah, that'll be me.
Thank you so much, Doug. Welcome, Jorge. We are very happy that you could join us at the end of this meeting. We have had 6 or 8 speakers already speak before you joined us. I'll request my colleague Wali Haider from Farmers Major Group to give you a super quick recap of the concerns raised in the panel 1. And then we go ahead with the rest of the speakers in this panel. Wali, can I request you for a super quick recap?
Thank you. Thanks, Jorge, for joining us for this concluding session. I would like to share some of the key points which has been
Wali, I can't hear you. I think you have been muted. Isaiah, can I request you to unmute Wali? Isaiah, can you please unmute Wali?
Yeah, I have been unmuted. Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. So the main outcome of the first panel, the CSOs and major group welcome the emphasis on 3 existential crises of the day, namely climate justice, biodiversity crisis, and pollution in the MTS of the Unep key thematic sub-programs. On related to the climate action and nature action, we recommend that the MTS document reflect this crucial nuance and recover the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities as its grounding principle for climate action. We also recommend that the MTS advocate for a stronger mechanism for whole corporations to account for the impact of their operations to the environment, climate, and society, especially women and children in poor and underdeveloped countries. On nature-based solution, we recognize the need to protect biodiversity and contribute to achieve the Paris Agreement goal of protecting ecosystems and communities that depend on them. However, nature-based solutions should not distract us from the main priority of breaking free from fossil fuels and unsafe energy systems, and must be decoupled from carbon offset projects that are associated with the land grabbing, human rights violation, and livelihood impact on women, indigenous people, and local communities. We recommend that UNEP mobilize support for people power climate solution, including agrochemical farming systems and community conservation of biodiverse ecosystem, and protect biodiversity and ecosystem integrity while securing food sovereignty and rights, while providing substantial mitigation benefits. In context to the sustainable agriculture and food system, the Unev medium-term strategy must consider that the lack of land continues to be most important source of poverty in most countries of the global south. The vast majority of farmers organizations in the global south reject market assisted land reform and reunite under the banner of the more exporting and genuinely destructive land reforms. That our proposal is through agroecology and regenerative agriculture in opposition to the devastating impact of corporate agriculture. On chemical and pollution actions, we call for a global mechanism for the life cycle management of pesticide, including the phase out of the highly hazardous pesticide and or double standard of exporting of pesticide that are banned in their countries of origin for health or environmental reasons. Their replacement by safer alternatives, particularly approaches as recommended by ICCM 5. Agroecology is an economically viable and socially just approach to sustainable agriculture and food systems that fit into ecosystem-based approaches and nature-based solution. And agroecology should be the cornerstone of the solution to effectively replace highly hazardous pesticide. On disaster and conflict, we in principle agree to the proposal of mainstream of former work of disaster and conflict sub-programs throughout the new sub-programs outlined in the MTS. Nevertheless, yes.
Wally, sorry to interrupt you, but can you leave conflict and disaster because Doug is still here. We have the advantage of having Doug with us and we can always go back to him for a minute too so that he can continue with this message, right?
Okay, on environmental defender, the integrity of their human rights in the full realization of the safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment. We thus recommend that the MTS explicitly recognize the human rights of the environmental defenders are likewise integral to the full realization of a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment. The MTS must specifically identify the provision of legal aid, support for preventive mobilization, and support for advocacy strategy, diversification of environmental defender as future concrete action it will be undertaken. Lastly, we also recommend the adaptation of science and rights-based standard in the mainstreaming of biodiversity protection in our natural resource management and economic planning framework. I hope Jorge have been very much kind, and all I have said in the opening that we really welcome Jorge's and the presidency's keen interest on our meaningful engagement and making enabling environment for us to engage and for a meaningful change in the world. Thank you, Ajay.
Thank you so much, Wally. That was very helpful. Now we will proceed with Net Dano. Net, are you there? And then I'll give 1 minute each to Doug Wire and Sasha Gabizon so that they can share their main messages in 1 minute with you. And then we would request Jorge to respond on our concerns and civil society concerns. Net, can we go ahead with you? Net Dano? I'll request Isaiah to see whether Net is in the attendees so that he can make her a panelist.
Not connected.
Okay, okay. I think she can connect. I hope that she can connect. But in the meantime, I'll go back to Doug. Doug, can you come back with your main top line message to Jorge? You have, say, 1 to 2 minutes.
Great
1
stuff.
minute to be precise. Yeah.
Thanks, AJ, and hi, Jorge. Yeah, as I said in presentation, we don't object in principle to the proposal to mainstream the former work of a disasters and conflicts sub-programme throughout the new sub-programmes as outlined in the MTS. Our main concern relates to implementation and how effective that mainstreaming is going to be. So there are three kind of key concerns. One is how will Unep's highly influential situated knowledge base on disasters and conflicts be sustained and expanded, in particular to respond to the increasing number of disasters and conflict affected people we expect to see. The second one is one of finance. So what measures will be in place to ensure that work on disasters and conflicts is reliably and sustainably financed when the work no longer benefits from being a sub-programme with a clear budget. And finally, we'd like to see clear targets and indicators developed to ensure the success of the mainstreaming measures can be properly tracked. So essentially one of accountability of it's fine to have all these things in the medium-term strategy, but we'd like to see a clear roadmap of how it will be implemented, because we know that mainstreaming the environment across anything is incredibly challenging without somebody taking full ownership and responsibility for it. And that's me. Thanks, AJ.
Thank you so much, Doug. Isaiah, can I request you to unmute Elenita Dano? While you do that, I'll request Sasha for her 1 minute top line message to Jorge. Sasha, you're welcome. You have 1 minute.
Okay, wonderful. Working. Hi, Jorge. Thank you, AJ. Yeah, so from Women Engage for a Common Future, we find it very important that you have in your new medium-term strategy now these three focus areas, these three crisis areas of climate and biodiversity and chemicals. It's really essential that, of course, you continue to make sure that there is coherence because we see too often that we do a policy on climate which then destroys biodiversity, indigenous livelihoods by big dams or monoculture, biofuel plantations. So that coherence is essential for us, and we really urge UNEP to focus on the rights holders and to have the rights holders at the table. And we know that's a challenge because UNEP is also looking for funds, and you have proposals for partnerships with the private sector. But as also Sarah Yeni mentioned, we are very we know, of course, that the dinosaur industries, the chemical, pesticides, plastics, oil industry is fighting tooth to nail to stop any legislation which would lead to a real transformation. And of course, UNEP needs to help governments to have the transformation out of these industries into the new future economies. And so therefore, I think it's still very important to even stronger criteria for their engagement and to really strengthen the work on environmental and rights holders. And the Women's Major Group will be happy to link with our grassroots women's rights organizations on the ground to help with that. Thanks.
AJ, you're muted.
Hi, Nate, can you hear us? I hope you have access to video and audio now. Isaiah, have you unmuted Elenita Dano, who is on the attendees list?
Yes, they are unmuted.
Hi, Nate.
Just needs to unmute
Yeah, I'm
herself.
unmuted now. Hi,
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can also put your video on, I guess, and then go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you, Isaiah. That was quite frustrating. I think he cannot recognize my name because I use my full name. Yeah, thanks anyway. So I will run quickly to my statement, and I will hurl some challenges to UNEP. While Jorge is here, I was asked to speak on science policy interface, which has been prominently bannered in UNEP strategies and activities over the years, and has evolved into one of the two foundational sub-programs in the 2020-2025 MTS, or medium-term strategy. The document has made it explicitly clear that science policy is the center of all decision-making processes, yet concedes that science alone is not enough and would require strong environmental governance and enabling policies. Science policy, being foundational and central, requires defining what do we mean by science in this document. If we go by the dictionary definition, science is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systemic study of the structure, etc., etc. Nothing in that straightforward definition says that it is limited to institutional science or hard science. To be consistent with the principles of inclusiveness and gender equality and rights-based approach that UNEP has adhered to, its science policy foundational sub-program needs to explicitly include the social sciences and based on diverse systems of knowledge as core element of what it means by science. Science must not leave behind indigenous, traditional, and local knowledge systems and innovations that evolve from practical experiences and observations of communities where the role of women is central across generations. We've heard it in the case of the Tumandok, in the narration of Annalyn during the keynote for this session. In the same breath, policy needs to be defined as not just policy goals, but processes in policy making, specifically participatory and bottom-up policy making as a core component. In order for civil society and grassroots movements and communities to effectively contribute to the science policy foundational sub-programs of UNEP in the coming years, UNEP must establish a meaningful mechanism to contribute for civil society and grassroots movements to contribute to the activities and processes of the sub-program in the same manner as UNEP enables and institutionalizes the Science Policy Business Forum to directly input into the UNEP process. As facilitator and enabler of partnerships and galvanizer of environmental actions among stakeholders, UNEP should establish triangular links of science and policy with communities whose lives and resources are directly at stake in decisions informed by science policy. That way, we hope to avoid science-based policies and decisions such as building of megadams that have destroyed communities and the environment, such as what was experienced by the Tumandok in Panay and Uttarakhand in the Indian Himalayas, which was shared earlier by Ajay. The practical experiences, lessons, and inputs of civil society, farmers, indigenous, and local communities could enrich UNEP foresight work and horizon scanning, as well as in providing ground validation of geospatial data that feeds into UNEP's World Environment Situation Room. A genuinely inclusive science policy interface that speaks to all, as envisioned in the MTS, does not only look at stakeholders and recipients and audiences of scientific analysis presented by UNEP and institutional science, but involves civil society and grassroots movements in science policy sub-program activities and processes to make UNEP's analysis and publications relevant to people's lives and will help formulate needs-based, realistic, and bottom-up solutions to development challenges. Lastly, UNEP's current work in technology foresight and horizon scanning needs to explicitly involve contributions and practical experiences from civil society, grassroots movements, and communities, and evaluating the potential impacts of new and emerging technologies and lessons from deployment of technologies and their impact on the environment and people. As we heard from Annalyn during the keynote, technology foresight and horizon scanning should not end in publishing reports that are useful for researchers and national policymakers, but should lead to further steps, such as providing early warning and developing the capacities at the regional, national, and local levels in technology assessment. Horizon scanning should not be limited to just looking at emerging issues around new technologies, but should broadly consider solutions beyond technology. Unep should undertake assessment of technologies, including digitalization, which is an enabling sub-program in the current MTS, particularly looking at the environmental footprints and potential impacts of energy use and extraction of mineral resources involved in those technologies. So I integrated those challenges for Unep and looking forward to Jorge's responses. Thank you.
I think we lost our chair who's trying to connect. Isaiah is trying to bring him on board. Right, Isaiah? Can you just confirm? And thank you, Ned, for those.
Yes, sir.
We have lost AJ for now, so you can please move on, Jorge.
Many of our friends, and it's great to see you, Ned, and colleagues, Sasha, many colleagues that have taken the floor. It will be very difficult for me, I'll be very frank, to answer to each and every point that was raised by you, each and every one of you speakers, because I can only praise and start by praising the fact that you took such a careful undertaking and analysis of our draft medium-term strategy and our program of work. And that is precisely the type of guidance that we're looking forward for major groups and stakeholders on how will UNEP get MTS ready. I feel that in essence, we have heard that we feel a very strong support for the approach and the direction that the program is taking, and that it's in essence the big takeaway that I have. But there's also areas where you have concerns and where you want to see certain aspects, certain sectors, certain issues well reflected. For example, and I really very much welcome the references by Sasha and several others on how to strengthen gender-based approaches, the role of women, and as well as you have mentioned, Elenita, the role of participatory science, and those colleagues that mentioned specifically solutions and aspects that relate to agroecology, that speak to putting farmers at the center, putting people first and not corporations or private interests. So I think that that is the type of feedback that we are expecting from you in just a few days from now during the open-ended CPR, when the executive director presents to member states the medium-term strategy that has been made up. We intend, as a matter of fact, to produce a chair summary out of the OECPR, which will be presented to UNEA, and that chair summary will help us and will guide us in the process of getting ready to implement this medium-term strategy and this program of work. It's if approved by member states. So I can only encourage you that that very substantive and very rich statement, you compile it and you make it available as per the rules of procedure that support you to capacity to distribute documents to member states, so that they can, one, see how thorough the analysis has been, and the areas in which they as member states and you in the CPR have to be very much aware as we get ready to implement the medium-term strategy. That is what I can say at this stage in essence, that we look forward to the statement that you will compile out of the different interventions that I heard, and we will reflect the salient points of that statement. I would see an excellent opportunity to enrich the summary during the OECPR and a rich debate that you will have the opportunity to have with the executive director and the whole program itself. But overall, I think that what I hear is that the direction is solid, that the prioritization exercise that UNEP has taken, it's very robust, but you do see areas where we can definitely be aware and careful in its implementation. So I'll respond with that open conversation. In addition, if necessary, and I do believe that it would be a great opportunity as we get ready to to implement the medium-term strategy. After UNEA, in the intersessional period, we can definitely organize more thorough deep dives in which you can raise those points with the relevant actors within UNEP that are delivering on the priorities that you have identified. And that will help us be guided in the implementation phase in a more clear and concrete manner. So let me respond with those words of appreciation and taking note of your comments, and that I invite you to present them to the open-ended committee of permanent representatives. Over to you.
Thank you, Jorge, and thank you to. We lost our skilled moderators for this discussion, but thank you very much to AJ and Wally for taking us through this input. And we will move straight ahead to the second consultation on the UN Environment Program of Work, POW. And this discussion will be facilitated by Mohammed Abdel Rauf and Griffiths Ocheng. They are both here, I think. Griffiths, you're self-muted at the moment. And let me see if I can find
Hello,
Mohammed.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, both Griffiths and Mohammed. We don't have a camera for Griffiths. Is that right?
I'm sorry. I'm using my phone. I had a complication with my laptop, so I logged in using my phone, and I'll be rapporteuring.
Okay.
So Mohammed will be doing the moderation. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll leave the screen to Mohammed, and best of luck.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you hear me clearly. Welcome to our next consultation on program of work. We have a short consultation. We will go into details a little bit. So we just have a small introduction and then a presentation by a Unep colleague, Mr. Frederick Stowen. And then we have one intervention from major groups, then a question and answer session and discussion. We hope that will take about 1.5 hours, if not less, I hope. So just a few opening remarks. As you know that we have discussed the MTS, which is a 4 years plan, but that has to be translated into two program of works. So program of work of Unep covers a 2-year period, not 4-year period like MTS, which have more details about different programs and sub-programs. So some more detail, I think, was financial aspect, and also how it will be implemented and how to be monitored. But we are very much interested how the major groups can contribute and how the major groups can be involved, and so on. All that I think we will be discussed and presented by our colleague from Unep, Mr. Frederick Stowen. If he is here, I hope we can give him the floor and he can show his camera and his presentation. Mr. Frederick Stowen, if he is here.
Yes, hello, Mohammed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Can you also see me?
No, not yet.
No. Okay, but that's fine. I mean, I also had to connect with my mobile because you know, I couldn't connect through the laptop. So that's fine. I think Isaiah has my presentation.
Yeah. So kindly, Isaiah shows the presentation, and then Frederick can go one by one. So just a few seconds till we see the presentation.
Okay. No, and first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, Mohammed. It's really a pleasure to join the Global Major Groups and Stakeholder Forum. It's the first time, so it's a pleasure to meet you all virtually. I did listen into the first part of the session prior session, and yeah, extremely valid input. Thanks a lot for all that, and I hope we can also have a rich discussion on the Unep program of work. So my name is Frederick, and I'm a program coordinator for the strategic planning unit with Unep. I joined Unep only 6 months ago, so I'm relatively new, but I was
Seems like we lost you. We can't hear. I'm not sure if everybody.
Yes, I can't hear as well.
I think he's coming back. Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Now it's fine. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So can you go to the next slide, Isaiah? Or do I have to? No. Yeah. Excellent. So just to go a little bit back so we're kind of on the same page. So Unep was established in 72 and is part of the UN Secretariat. And Unep's mandate derives from a UN General Assembly resolution adopted in 72, and it was reinforced and expanded in 2012 through the Future We Want. And for the ones that maybe do not know the setting of UNEA, it's the main governing body and priority setting mechanism for Unep. And UNEA was actually a result of Rio Plus 20 that took place in 92. And now the UNEA meets every 2 years to make strategic decisions and provide political guidance on global environmental issues, including the adoption of the medium-term strategy and the program of work. And as Mohammed mentioned, the program of work covers a 2-year period, and each medium-term strategy is as such delivered through 2 program of works. Next slide, please. So both the medium-term strategy and the program of work have been developed on the premise of inclusivity and a close collaboration with a range of stakeholders. So between October 19 and September 20, we ran a number of virtual discovery sessions with a range of stakeholders, including staff, member states, multilateral environmental agreements, major groups and stakeholders, and youth and faith-based organizations in the private sector. So these were exactly designed to promote informal and open dialogue about the aspirations for Unep and its medium-term strategy and program of work. Next slide, please. So just to set the scene for the program of work, everything Unep does will be informed by science, and science is key. And science tells us clearly that there are some extreme pressures on the environment, and to address the 3 environmental crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Unep has established the 3 thematic sub-programs that are kind of the heart of the program of work, which is the climate action sub-program, the nature action sub-program, and the chemicals and pollution action sub-program. And yeah, if you move on. So we have the 2 foundational sub-programs, as already discussed: science policy and environmental governance. And then we have the enabling sub-programs, the digital transformation and finance and economic transformations. So these are all interconnected, which this is reflecting. And then, yeah, Unep is focused, and its integrated strategy is both informed by and supports the multilateral environmental agreements that provide comprehensive support to implement the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. Next slide, please. So the program of work and budget is a new and more focused approach to capture the most important result of Unep's work and to also guide the design of projects and programs. And the program of work has 3 theories of change, and they follow a causal pathway towards the 2025 outcomes described in the medium-term strategy. And we'll take a look at the theories of change in a minute. And these TOCs, or theories of change, they ensure that all activities contribute to the achievement of the 2025 outcomes, and also helps us to understand the interconnectedness of the foundational, enabling, and thematic subprograms. Yeah, next slide, please. So here you can see the blue ones. They are what we call the direct outcomes, and they show how the key interventions across Unep. So this is for climate action, the thematic subprogram climate action, and the blue ones, they're the direct outcomes, and they have small, these small round ones. They reflect which of the enabling and foundational subprograms that they are linked to. So it's kind of showing how the foundational and enabling subprograms, they contribute to the delivery of the thematic subprograms. And then you have the drivers to the right, and they describe the areas that are kind of beyond the control of Unep's work, but that Unep will intend to influence. And then you have the 2025 outcomes that are also described in the medium-term strategy. And they kind of, the 26 to 29 outcomes, they connect the 25 outcomes to the 2030 vision and the SDGs. So that's kind of a way to show that this is actually considering really the long term, and the aim is to achieve the sustainable development goals, even though this medium term strategy only goes to 2025. So the 25 outcomes are the decision makers at all levels adopt decarbonization, dematerialization, and resilience pathways. And countries and stakeholders have increased capacity, finance, and access to technologies to deliver on the adaptation and mitigation goals of the Paris Agreement. And the last one is state and non-state actors adopt the enhanced transparency framework arrangements under the Paris Agreement. Next, please. So here we have to the left, we have the assumptions and external risk as well, which is part of the theory of change. So this one now we are at the nature action subprogram, and the structure is the same. We have all the direct outcomes that describes more the interventions and how this enabling and foundational subprogram will support the delivery of these interventions. And then we have the 3 2025 outcomes that represent what we expect to achieve with the medium-term strategy. And for the nature action subprogram is economically and socially sustainable pathway to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem integrity established. And then sustainable management of nature adopted and implemented in development frameworks. And lastly, nature conservation and restoration enhanced. Next, please. The last one is the chemical and pollution action. And again, we have the direct outcomes that describe, kind of unpack the subprogram a little bit and describes what kind of interventions that will be the focus of this subprogram. And the 2025 outcomes are human health and environment outcomes optimized through enhanced capacity and leadership on the sound management of chemicals and waste management improved, including through circular processes, safe recovery of secondary raw materials, and progressive reduction of open burning and dump sites. And the last outcome for chemicals is reduced releases of pollutants to air, water, soil, and the ocean. Next, please. So this is maybe not that relevant, but a new thing with this program of work compared to the former or to the existing one is that we focus more on that Unep is actually a normative and standard setting organization. That doesn't mean that we don't do capacity building and technical assistance, but we are seen as a normative organization, and we want to be better to capture our normative and standard setting work or the results of that work. So that means that we have included in the result framework both three different levels of results. So the enabling interventions and the influencing interventions will be, or the results of these two levels of results will be captured through more positive indicators and impact stories. So we so there's a focus on capturing the results of the normative and standard setting work in the next POW. Next, please. And just so really looking forward, then we're based on the latest science, we really want to use the strategy and the program of work to focus on transformative actions that drive climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and to reshape consumption and production patterns, and really focus on leverage the decade of action and help member states deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. Next, please. And maybe the last of here is that Unep will really elevate its partnerships to build transformative partnerships, including public-private partnerships that contribute to the achievement of the organization's key goals and in the thematic areas of climate, nature, and pollution. So I guess before we move into the implementation partnerships, I'll just take a break here and finish the presentation, and looking forward to discussing further. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Mohammed.
Thank you so much. Okay, so before we move to the next section, let's take the planned intervention from our colleague Janice Cox. So if you kindly give the floor to Janice Cox, I think she is there. Just need to be, yes, okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
Yeah, all fine.
Wonderful, thank you. So I mentioned some of my concerns in the context of the medium-term strategy, and the same applies with the programme of work, because that's following on from the strategy. So I won't repeat too much of the detail, but I mean, our major concern is that animal issues and animal welfare have been ignored by UNEP in its policy making in programmes for far too long. And if we're going to reorientate our human relationships with the environment and animals and prevent future pandemics, we absolutely have to include these in the medium-term strategy and the programme of work, explicitly include them, not just as natural resources or part of nature, but as individual sentient beings, and the need to care for their welfare. And that's an important part in pandemic prevention. We also think that in connection with pandemic prevention, there should be more work on addressing the environmental and animal pressures that allowed COVID-19 to turn into a global pandemic, impacting every dimension of the SDGs. Unep's already co-authored a first report on the prevention of future pandemics, and that shows some most definite drivers that need to be dealt with. For example, human demand for animal protein, unsustainable agricultural intensification, and increased use and exploitation of wildlife. There needs to be a lot more research and analysis of how to action these drivers, how to move towards just transitions that will ensure there's no more pandemics and we realign our relationship with nature and animals. The World Federation for Animals has an animal manifesto, which we organised together with over 170 NGOs, which gives a much more thorough analysis of the animal issues involved. And I'll pop a link of that in the chat box. There's also very little mention in the programme of work, or indeed the medium-term strategy, of One Health, One Welfare. And here our concern is that although people speak a lot about One Health, and actually it should be One Welfare, because it's broader than health and includes every aspect of human, animal and environmental well-being. And this is all interlinked, but it's more than is being done at present. At the moment, it's being taken as a technical health response to the COVID and a disease response, but it actually needs to be used in wider policy analysis and transformative change, so we can provide systemic solutions for systemic problems. And that brings me to my other concern about the strategy and the programme of work, and that is that it's not really set out how Unep is going to deal with transformative change when that transformative change runs across the pillars and needs to tackle root causes and drivers which are systemic. There needs to be this systemic understanding and a real analysis of how one action impacts across other pillars, and also beyond and outside Unep, how this impacts other people's areas of interest, social, economic, human rights, etc. And our worry, one example of it is the broken food systems. So we see that Unep already has a report on prevention of pandemics, which mentions our broken food systems and some of the actions that need to be taken. But there's, in the programme of work, there isn't very much clue of how this is going to be driven forward and by whom across the pillars. Beyond the prevention of pandemic report, Unep, just a week ago, Unep launched a joint report with Chatham House and Compassion in World Farming on how food systems impact biodiversity loss. And this is a major contributor to species extinction, in particular industrial agriculture and monocultures. And the report clearly gives 3 levers for reducing pressure on land and creating a more sustainable system. Here again, this includes the need for dietary change to reduce food demand and encourage more plant-based diets. And the second, to protect and set aside or restore land for nature within farming systems. And the third, to shift to more sustainable farming. All 3 of these levers will be needed for food system redesign to succeed. So I wonder how Unep will be working both across its pillars and also across agencies in a One Health, One Welfare approach to proactively deal with this transformative change that's needed. So I think there's more thinking that needs to be done, but also more that has to be explicitly included in the medium-term strategy and the programme of work. And I'd also like to see more about reassessing existing economic and development paradigms, prioritising the well-being or preferably thriving of people, animals and nature, instead of endless economic growth as measured by GDP. I'd like to see Unep in the vanguard of analysing and supporting alternative policy and economic systems which will safeguard nature and animals. Thank you very much all.
Thank you so much, Janice, for this intervention. Frederick, if you can just comment on some of her intervention points, that will be great.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, fine. Go ahead.
No, that is absolutely fantastic. All the input. Thanks a lot for that. And I think what Jorge also mentioned. I mean, we have the medium-term strategy and the program of work, but of course they are limited in nature. They are like 30-40 pages documents, so they are not supposed to unpack and really describe in detail how we are going to implement and operationalize the different sub-programs. So this year is the year where we are going to become MTS ready. We're going to focus on designing what we call program frameworks for the different sub-programs that will describe exactly what was mentioned in the remarks, that how they're going to be interlinked, how we're going to operationalize them, what kind of programs will be needed to implement the sub-programs, how we will look at it from a more systemic perspective, how we're going to coordinate with stakeholders and which partners will focus on, and all that. I mean, we need any input, so we're happy also to, as Jorge also mentioned, that maybe also have sessions on how to get MTS ready and how to really prepare for implementing what was called the systemic and transformational actions that is the aim of the MTS and the POW, the program of work. So thanks a lot for the input, and let's keep discussing, because you really touch on all the points that we want to focus on in this year, and we want to get ready to deliver as we promised in the MTS. So yeah, let's continue the dialogue with both civil society unit and Jorge on how to include your input in this MTS readiness phase that we are going to initiate after the UNEA, where these documents hopefully are endorsed.
Okay, I see. Well, just a quick one before we open the question and answer session. I think I saw in your presentation that there is like a listening session or consultation session with various groups. So I don't know how you do this session with major groups, or have you done that, or still to be happen?
We had I don't recall exactly when, but we had a informal discovery session with the major groups and stakeholders on the design of the MTS and the program of work last year. So that was done already.
I see. Okay. Okay, fine. I open the floor now for question and answer. I still have many points, but I'd like to give the floor to participants. So if you have any comment on the presentation, any question on the program of work, the floor is yours. So kindly just let me know in the chat, or let the organizers. No one. Everything is clear. Everything is fine.
We
Okay,
have someone who has raised their hand, Mohammed.
I don't see his. That's where I don't see.
Yes, we have Tarek, so we could.
Okay, we have Tarek. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Muhammad. Yeah, regarding the UN midterm strategy and the program of work, we have found that me as a regional representative for our regional facilitator for major groups and stakeholders in the West Asia region, when we show that to the civil societies and when we let the civil societies knows about this, there should be like a session for all accredited organizations, or maybe like a session, or maybe an introductory session to all the accredited organizations in all region, either a formal one or informal one. I think that gives a clear picture to them. This forum, what has been done today, it's just a great opportunity for all of them. But what I can say that we need like on how we can approach those civil societies to know more about the Unep midterm strategy and the program of work, and what are their involvement in this strategy and in their in the program of work itself. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Frederick, if you'd like to answer that.
No, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think any proposals should be directed to the civil society unit. If there is need for further clarification or ideas for better engagement, I think Mohammed, you can maybe help facilitate that message to the civil society unit.
Okay, fine, no problem. Any other one raising the hands? I don't see the raising hands section anyway.
We have Rachel Mash.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's Reverend Rachel Mashe from Cape Town. Thank you for the very good presentation. What I'm realizing is when we talk about the plan of action and these fantastic strategies that are going forward, it's going to need to mobilize an enormous number of people from the communities at grassroots level, right across the whole of the world. And I know that the faith communities have a huge reach throughout the world into every small town, every large city, every rural area. How do you see the role of the faith communities in terms of actually implementation of these goals that you have? How would you best like to mobilize them?
Okay, just before that, do we have any other hands? Any other questions? So we can take like 2 questions together, 3 questions. No other hands up to now.
Martin,
I can add one.
There was there's some Martin Horst something.
Okay, go ahead, Martin. Okay, fine. What is yours?
From the Citizen Science Global Partnership. Citizen science is included in the Unep medium-term strategy. This is a good step forward and builds on the ministerial statement from UNEA 4, which for the first time recognized citizen science. The global citizen science community now wants to see Unep join with UNESCO to build on a global citizen science program to showcase best practice on citizen science / open science as a key new tool to deliver the UNEA agenda. And we offer 3 areas for consideration that would build on best practice. They are air quality and health, invasive species and diseases, and tackling the COVID-19 crisis. And by way of example, during the current COVID-19 crisis, the King's College London COVID-19 Symptom Tracker program, which is a citizen science program, has drawn in 4.5 million people daily, delivering over 200 million data reports, 20 scientific papers, and information new to science to help governments tackle the pandemic. But this is just in 3 countries. With UNEP and UNESCO support, these type of programs could be supported globally with delivering massive global benefit and helping to drive behavior change. And I would like to have a view from Unep on those proposals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? The third one. Let's take the third one before we give the floor to Friedrich.
Can I? Mohammed,
Go
can
ahead.
I?
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but I'm eager to ask some question. Thanks Frederick Griffins here from Center for Environment Justice and Development in Kenya. Yes, I have some specific question with regard to the chemicals and pollution action, actually an area that I work in, particularly on the diagram that shows, of course, one of the issues, ambitious global framework for chemicals and waste beyond 2020. And there is a particular statement that I saw in the diagram, governments to ensure that private sector internalizes the full cost of pollution. So one of the challenges to chemicals and waste management has been financing, and especially in the SICAM process, this has been very low. And as civil society organization, we've proposed ways on how the private sector can internalize cost to apportion part of their profits to support the chemical safety in the world. Is that something that is envisaged in this process of internalizing full cost of pollution within the diagram of the theory of change? Thank you.
Thank you, Griffin. And also a small one from my side, so you can take it with the list of questions. Can you clarify more about how we link the program of work to the 2030 agenda, to the cycle? I didn't get it, so we can clarify it a little bit. Thank you so much. The floor is yours now, Frederick, to answer all these.
Okay, thanks a lot for the questions. Yeah, the first one on engaging with faith-based organizations and in general the need to kind of mobilize communities around the world to implement the strategy. Yes, that is absolutely correct. We actually have a team dedicated to engaging faith-based organizations to kind of understand and explore the key role that faith-based organizations they play both at the global and the regional and local levels. So and we even there's a UN-wide task force on religion and development. So UN Environment is really taking the lead in trying to establish innovative strategies, and we also have a Unep strategy actually on engaging with faith-based organizations. And so that is a high priority and really key to implement the MTS and the program of work. On engaging communities, that would again be, when we do design programs and projects and the other interventions, then we always go through a very comprehensive stakeholder consultations. So and we both have projects at the global and the regional and local levels. So at the local levels, the stakeholder consultations will be done there, and if it's regional, they will be done at that level. So yeah, when we start designing and formulating programs and projects for the strategy, then there will be consultations going on all over the world, and there will be a chance to also engage there and engage communities. On the Global Citizen Science Program, I'm afraid I'm not fully aware of the Unep UNESCO collaboration, but I would suggest that maybe also can be included in your statement next week, or otherwise you're welcome to kind of write an email and then I'll try to reply on these questions, because it's basically not something I'm aware of. I think I put my email in the slide, so yeah, feel free to write an email and I will try to reply. And then on chemicals and pollution action, I think it's a bit related to what I explained before, that this year will be dedicated to MTS readiness, or how we get ready to implement the strategy and the different sub-programs. so yes, about internalizing the full cost of pollution. I'm not a pollution expert, but that sounds like a reasonable approach, and that's something that we'll of course look into with the entire team and our partners, how to best implement the vision of the sub program on chemicals and pollution. But this discussion will take place over the next year, and then these program frameworks that will unpack how we are going to implement the sub programs. I guess they will also be published, and they will have much more information on how we're going to implement and operationalize the sub programs in the program of work. The link to the 2030 agenda, I think that's very key. In the theories of change, to kind of not have a, because this medium-term strategy is for the period 22 to 25. So for us to have the SDG and the 2030 agenda as a long-term goal, we have included these 26, 29 outcomes that will be included in the next MTS. So it's simply just to recognizing that 25 is not the end of the outcomes. 25 outcomes have to be linked to the 2030 agenda, and that's why we included the 26 to 29 outcomes, to make that link that will guide the implementation of this MTS. So that's basically the reason why we included it in the theories of change. But everything we do is linked to the SDGs, and even the SDGs are reflected in the result framework. So yeah, that's I think that's what I have.
That's clear. That's clear. Thank you so much. Okay, let's take another 3 questions, please. So kindly let me know who's raising the hand. I don't see the hands. So who would like to take the floor?
There are no raised hands. Oh, Elizabeth has raised her hand.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm unmuted. My name is Lisinka Ulatowska. I coordinate the Commons Cluster of the United Nations NGO Major Group. And I wanted to draw attention in the context of Jan Cox's suggestion that we absolutely need systemic change. One of our teams is working on a basic income for all people that can only be spent on sustainable goods and services. And these sustainable goods and services would be agreed through grassroots, from the bottom up discussions that would agree each year on what goods and services would be sustainable. This plan would work both for the personal growth of the individual. It would also bring about social cohesion through the discussions and agreements. And also it would bring about a completely new approach to the environment. It would be brought about by a supplementary economy, which would grow as people get their income, and gradually would be able to help the original economy to move towards more sustainability. I won't go into more details, but I will be sending a copy of this plan probably in the next couple of weeks to the civil society unit in case anyone's interested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So anyone would like to ask something, and kindly use the question section so I can also see the question and who is asking the question.
We have a Mohammed. We have a Jean-Claude that has raised his hand.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much and good evening. I'm Jean-Claude from Dominicans for Justice and Peace here in Nairobi. My question is to Frederick. How is UNEP trying to manage or to address the issue of double standard in every area? Meaning, for instance, the same a same country or a same organization, a same community, which on one hand supports the environmental cause, and on the other hand, it also sends other destructive actions. How is UNEP doing to fight against the double standard in that meaning, in that sense?
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone other questions? Anyone raising their hands?
No more raised hands.
No more raised hands. So I will add the small ones, then Frederick can answer. Also, I don't know how we, if we know that there is a proposals by different governments to have a resolution or decisions. So how we link the resolution and decision to the program of work, or it can come differently in another area. How that can be linked together? Which section deal with this, if not the focus of this current program of work? The floor is yours, Frederick, to answer this question, please. Thank
you. Thank you again for the questions, and thank you, Mohammed. So yeah, on the focus on systemic change and you know, basic income for sustainable goods and services, I think yes. I mean, we really need to focus on systemic change, and that is also at the core of the medium-term strategy. And I think, like, you know, we also want to make this medium-term strategy a more living document. And you know what I discussed earlier, or I mentioned earlier, the program frameworks that will describe how we implement the sub-programs, and that will be developed throughout the course of this year. We will include, I mean, whatever ideas that are relevant for implementing and these programs in the most efficient way. And you know, the world is changing. Some ideas may not be relevant now, but maybe next year they will emerge and be something that will be picked up. So, you know, I mean, any ideas, yeah, share them with the civil society unit, and you know, they might emerge in UNEA next time, or through member states or whatever. So yeah, just keep on coming up with good ideas on how we can be more efficient and focus more on systemic change. So thanks for that intervention. On double standards, yes, I think it's difficult for us to at UNEP to focus. We of course try to avoid double standards, like I think any other organization, and we'll focus more on that. But I'm not sure I can go into more details on that. But yeah, thanks for the comment. And the last one was how the decision will guide the decision in adopting the MTS and the program of work will of course include some operational paragraphs on how the program of work and MTS will be implemented. There will be some high level guidance from the member states. So that's how they are, how the decision is kind of linked to the upcoming MTS and POW. I'm not sure that I got your point, Mohammed, the last one, but that's, you know, that's how they're linked. I mean, the decision will be discussed next week at the open-ended CPR, and the member states will agree on the decision that will include both some preambular paragraphs and some operative paragraphs that will give the really high level guidance on how to implement both the MTS and the program of work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's take another round of questions. So I'd like to know who's raising the hand or who's typing question in the question section, please. I don't see any question in the question section. Anyone raising the hand?
No raised hands at the moment.
Okay.
Or okay, there is one. It's Jean-Claude has raised his hand again.
Yes, please, Jean-Claude.
Old hand.
Okay, Jean-Claude.
No, sorry, excuse me. I was just looking where I can ask the question. I cannot find it on my screen.
On the question section, there is a question section, so you can type the question and your name will be there for you and for everyone. So just a clarification about my previous question that yes, that's clear, Frederick, but also sometimes we have decisions which are not related to the program, completely in another area, like carbon capture, sequestration, geoengineering, I don't know. So sometimes we have decisions which are completely different. So these are how these can be classified, adopted to the current program of work. If they are completely in another area, that's not the focus of the current program of work. Just a clarification, but let's take more questions. Questions, comments? Anyone raising the hand at the moment?
No raised hands.
No raised hands. Okay, so if then I will take the chance also, if you can kindly clarify about the other areas, because we have also, like, the green economy, we have also the GEO process, the science division. So how these different, the emerging reports, a lot of reports, how these different sections and reports are adopting to the current program of work, or these are completely different? How these are linked, how these areas are linked and adopted in the program for the current one, and also the current focus of the different areas, like you mentioned, how COVID-19 is integrated. So maybe you can answer that till we see if there is any other questions.
Okay, thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, so the existing resolutions, they are, of course, they're providing the mandate to Unep's work, and I think it's important to emphasize that both the program of work, both the existing and the upcoming one, and the MTS, they are basically guiding documents, and it's important to have them to guide our work. But when the world is changing rapidly now, maybe COVID, what we thought would maybe be the 2021 would be the year where we open up societies. It might be different because of the different strains of the virus. So we, of course, also have to be adaptive and act fast and be flexible to respond to any challenges. So we have a COVID-19 response plan, and we are supporting countries. And I think some of our colleagues also mentioned that we have worked on different reports that are trying to identify the root causes of how we can prevent future pandemics. So I think that the short answer is that we really need to be flexible, especially now and the next coming years. This is the strategy and the program of work are guiding documents, but we have to be aware of changes and respond to the needs of the member states and other partners. So yeah, we will have our mandates and we have our resolutions, but at the same time we of course have to respond to how the world is evolving and be ready to do that. And that's also why I mentioned that we are going to the program frameworks for the sub-programs will be living documents that will be updated every year to really reflect that we're living in a changing world, especially now with COVID that is more unpredictable than ever. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, let's take other questions.
There are no raised hands. Oh, there's a raised hand from Martin Brocklehurst.
Okay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, my question, Frederick, is has the time arrived when UN staff across the world need a toolkit so that they can understand how they can build citizen science into all the major programs that the UN currently operate, in perhaps the same way that the US administration has done for all their federal agencies, so that when we get down to regional and local level, staff of the UN understand the power and the potential to drive behavioral change and to fill data gaps that comes from putting in place effective citizen science programs. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let's take another question. Yeah, colleagues, that's your chance now. Anyone raising a hand? I don't see any question in the question box.
No raised hands.
Okay, back to you, Frederick.
Thanks, and thanks for the question. I think a toolkit for UN staff. I mean, UN staff can definitely also benefit from any capacity building and toolkits. So yeah, that might be a good idea. I didn't know that that it was the case in the US, but driving behavioral change at local levels and communities, that is really one of the focus areas of the new sub-program, digital transformation. That is to understand how we can really drive behavioral change and societal shifts. So yeah, that is something that I think even from the UN Secretary General, as a big focus, and is also included in the UN Secretary General strategy on digital transformation. I don't remember the exact title, but this is something that will be. I mean, we need that also related to systemic changes and to really move towards a different world that is the aim of our strategy. So thanks for that, and I'm sure we will be working more in that area in the new strategy. Over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we may take the last round of questions. So anything in your minds related to program of work? That's your chance now, so you can ask questions before we close this session. Kindly let me know if anyone raising hands.
There are no raised hands.
I see. Okay. If no raised hands, then I will have to close this session.
Mohammed, I'm raising my hand, but nobody's seeing me.
Okay, yeah. I don't see raising hands in my section, unfortunately, but the floor is yours, Fatima, right?
Yes. Actually, I don't have a question yet, a comment. This is Fatma Furutan, the regional representative of West Asia and representative of Bahrain Women Association for Human Development. I'd like to thank you all for the presentation and the informative points that was raised in this session. Yet I will be speaking on behalf of West Asia region. I think it's really good if together with Unep we can establish risk reduction regional programs to support the strength of national capabilities and capacities of management for chemicals, and disclose prevention of illegal international traffic and toxic and dangerous products. The second point I wanted to raise is that we need to work on helping to provide experts to investigate and take samples of soil, seawater, and air, analyze and determine the environmental impact of the blast, and provide a strategy and resources working on redemption and minimizing the damage. Finally, I think it's really important, especially in West Asia region, to allocate access for funding for NGOs programs to support the programs on mitigation and adaptation of climate change, as well as protecting the environment in vulnerable countries in the region. Thank you, Mohammed, and thank you all.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's see if we have any other questions.
Mohammed, we have had a raised hand from Celeste Connors.
Okay, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, hello. Good morning, good evening. Thank you very much. This is Celeste Connors with the regional representative from North America. So I just want to thank you all for your presentations and the comments, and also just to reinforce the great work that's happening, and some of the priority areas that came out of the North America consultation as well is very reflected in what we heard today, as well as the importance of really co-designing these nature-based solutions with stakeholders at the local level, particularly with the indigenous communities. And also that cross-sectoral collaboration is actually key to implement and sustain nature-based solutions. There's also a great effort to focus on youth engagements and community through education to inspire sustainable lifestyle transitions. And we heard a lot about citizen science. We agree data, innovation, technology are key to really driving behavior change. And so I think that we look forward to participating in this process throughout. We also talked about the need for nature and financing and de-risking these nature-based solutions, and the role of the private sector in playing a key role in helping us to achieve these global goals. But essentially, it's really looking at the connection between local, global, and looking for local solutions that can be scaled up to help achieve the SDGs. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's see if we can take another question or a comment. Okay, so if not, then I will go back to Frederick.
Sorry, Mohammed, Anne-Marie has raised her hand.
Okay, please, Anne. Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours. Screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I may be maybe completely out of the trail. I always wonder how far we can go in the Unep working program to link the preoccupation of UN Habitat and the ones of Unep. I mean, mostly with the COVID, in the COVID context, we saw how important nature is and biodiversity in cities. And so, of course, to me, it is for my NGO and for the working group I'm chairing at the Council of Europe, it is one of our preoccupation is to make this cohesive and a link between the rural and the urban, and how far can I go, and how far can we go, how far can UNEP go in this consideration? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so floor is yours, Frederick, for this last set of questions.
Thank you. Very interesting. From on Fatima's question or comment, yes, I mean the strategy will be now. It's a really high level strategy that is being discussed or endorsed at UNEA by the Ministers of Environment. But you know, next year it will be implemented and rolled out, and you know we have offices in your region as well. So so yeah, I mean once you know projects are being designed and programs are being designed, there will be stakeholder consultations, and I'm sure there will be an opportunity to provide input to the design of our interventions. On the next comment on global, local level, and sustainable lifestyle. Great input. Let's, I mean, yeah, please send it along. I think it's really interesting, and we will, of course, that's why we have these informal dialogues, consultations, that there's so much going on out there, and we are, of course, very open to get input as well. So thanks a lot for that. What was the last one on rural, urban, UN Habitat and Unep? Yes, I mean, again, great input. Let's see if we can have some more sessions next year when we do the MTS readiness and prepare for the implementation. It sounds very as something that we should focus on now with the COVID and to prevent pandemics, nature and cities. I'm sure we will probably somehow work on that as well in the when we operationalize the sub program on nature and biodiversity. But let's we'll continue the discussion this year. That's why we kind of developed the strategy and the POW in advance, so we have time to also consult stakeholders on how we're going to implement the strategy. So yeah, I think thanks a lot for all the questions. Really good input. I think I've also learned a lot, and it was really a pleasure to be part of this discussion. And yeah, so what is it that we are saying here? So if you want to walk fast, you walk alone, but if you want to walk far, we walk together. So with that, it was really a pleasure to be part of this discussion, and I'm looking forward to engage more with you in the future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Friedrich. Yeah, I know it has been a very rich discussion on various issues and topics, but I think now it might be a good chance that in the future not have only one consultation to discuss the program of work with the major groups. Maybe you need more than one session. So I think it can enrich a lot the discussion and the process. So by this, also I wanted to confirm that if you still have a question or comment or a message you want to convey, you can email me or Griffin. And also there is a good chance for the evening session, which starts after 50 minutes or so, about the key messages, which will be taken from this whole global major groups and stakeholders forum to the open-ended CBR. So if you'd like to address a specific message, then please attend to the session or email it to myself or Griffin, and then we can make sure it will be included in the major groups messages working group. So by this, I close the session, and I hand back to the moderator. I leave it for you to decide this time how we manage. Maybe we can give them a little break, but make sure that everybody is coming again, because I think the moderators of the next sessions will be ready on time. We finished a little bit earlier. So back to you, Ingrid. Thank you so much for your help.
Thank you, Mohammed. And yes, as you mentioned, we are actually finished before ahead of schedule, which is quite a miracle, at least in this digital day and age. So then next session will be the open working group session on the main messages from the major groups and stakeholders to the United Nations Environment Assembly. And it will be facilitated by Khawla Al-Mohanade and Patricia Heidegger. But this session will start at 8 Nairobi time, which is in 50 minutes. So you can have a break, get some food, perhaps some air, and then we'll meet again for the working group session, refreshed and ready to discuss the main messaging. And thank you very much to the moderators of this session and all the participants for all the interesting questions. And I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of you in the group work later on. And this also concludes my task for today. So I would like to thank you all for this lovely cooperation throughout the day. And then we'll start again with Khawla and Patricia at 8 o'clock.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kavala, we can hear you.
Excellent. Well, I'll start with saying salam to you all, peace and safety in this difficult time from the land of immortality, Dilman, where the great king of Iraq, thousands of years ago, was sent to Dilman, to that small island surrounded by water, to find the white flower that will give him immortality. The story is long, but the theme of the story that he never found immortality. He got to know Dilman, and he got to understand what is important in life by leaving his country and going somewhere else, and by diving in the sea. So salam to you all. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from Consultation 5. This important consultation that I'd like to thank you very much for joining us with it this evening is about messages of major groups to UNEA 5. I would like to start by introducing my colleagues. So this is one of the consultations that is facilitated by 3 facilitators, and they happen to be the 3 of them from the NGO major groups. So my colleague Aisha Karanja is from Africa, from Kenya, from Back to Basics, a very small NGO in Kenya, in Africa, that is doing its best to make a difference on the ground. And then my other colleague, Patricia Heidegger, from Germany, but she is working in Belgium, in one of the largest network of NGOs in Europe, the EEB. And I am Khawla Al-Muhannadi. I am from Bahrain, from Middle East, part of Asia. And I come from the Environment Friends Society, an NGO that started with 3 young people trying to make a difference in their small island to grow up to an organization of thousands of members from different Arab countries. My organization currently is holding weekly regional environmental awareness program for the whole region. It has been doing this for months now. So the 3 of us together are forming the facilitators for Consultation 5. We would like to welcome you to this discussion this evening. And next, please. We would like to start, and thank you Asaya for helping me with the presentation, because I couldn't play it from my computer. Next, please. It's not changing on my PC. Is it changing for everybody now or not?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay.
Now we see the first one. Yeah.
Can you see the second now, number 2, or not?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. So the consultation is about a process of work to produce the joint statement for the major groups. When I remember that we have done a similar process in UNEA 4, only we have done it in Nairobi during the time of UNEA 4, and there were about 11 experts together working to make that joint statement. So it's a bit different this time, as we are only 3, and we're not in Nairobi, obviously, but we started much earlier. Next statement. I'd like to take you into a small journey to just explain where we started and where we are today, because this is important for building what we are to discuss today. We started in December, where we were mandated with facilitating Consultation 5 to have the messages from major groups and other stakeholders to UNEA 5. We sat together a process of work of how we can achieve that. And one of the things that we thought of is we can start with the regional statements. So we acquired the regional statements from Unep so that we can look at them, study them, and form them, look at the main blocks that we can use to make a draft 0 for the joint statements. And this is what we did, only it took much longer time than we expected. Regional statements did not arrive at the time that they were supposed to arrive at. And then there was the Christmas and the end of the year. So we were able afterward to send you, we first sent you an email explaining the process to you and explaining what to expect from us. So we were able to send you the first draft, which we called the 0 draft, on the 28th of January, together with a survey that we aimed from it to understand what are your priorities and to be sure that we are on the right track. So we just wanted to get a hint from you that what we consider as the main blocks are your main blocks, or if you have something else that you want us to take care of it as this at this early stage, or whether you have some different ideas that need discussion and need elaboration. And we set a very tight deadline. So on the 2nd of February, we received the surveys and we received the comments for the 0 drafts. And from that, from both of them, and from some other discussions, we were able to develop the first draft that we shared with you today, this morning. And we were able as well to get from all of this a list of items that we thought it's very important to discuss them together, like face to face. In this case, it will be in our consultations tomorrow and the day after. So this is like a summary of the process, and that takes us to giving you more details about the survey. We expected people to fill the survey because it was sort of the easiest thing to do, but actually we got feedback only from 27 participants. It's a small number compared to the number of major groups, but the regional representation, as you can see from the map, is not bad at all. So all what I will explain now is coming from that survey. Most of the participants were accredited organizations, and most of them come from NGOs, and this is no surprise. We are the largest major group, so yeah, that was quite expected. This is a list now of all the major groups that contributed in the survey. If you're one of them, then thank you very much. We asked, like, one of the questions in the survey, what would you consider as the top blocks or the top priorities from the blocks that we identified? So we got like about 90% of participants choosing biodiversity, ecosystems, and values. Climate emergency came next, and then stakeholders, participation, and engagement. But we got quite good votes for COVID and post-COVID context, green economy and financing, plastic pollution, chemicals and waste, food security and sustainability, and last but not least, environmental governance, justice, and rule of law. But then we wanted to find more from you. So we asked you about whether you agree with the priorities that we have highlighted. We're very happy when we received the feedback that most of the answers were like yes, and maybe not totally, but mostly we agree, and some were like we trust you in that. And we got some feedback, some good feedback actually in the survey. And then we asked more questions, more sort of open answered questions, because we wanted to know more about your priorities. So there were 3 main questions. What would you consider as your main priorities to go to the messages? Is there a new priority that you feel strongly that should be added to the ones that we listed? And what do you think the allocated sessions on consultation 5 should be? And this is what's going to happen tomorrow and the day after. We tried to get your feedback from that as early as possible, so we are prepared for it. So the answers that we got from these 3 questions, together with the feedback that we have received for the 0 draft, together have helped us to put the agenda that we will have for today, tomorrow, and the day after. So the 0 draft, we received 287 comments, not bad at all. And then we worked on these comments. We sort of classify them into 2 main groups. The first group is sort of easy comments, spelling mistakes, grammatical mistake, rephrasing, just you can say this in a better way. So that was easy to just sort of adapt to the document. And there were the other type of comments that we called controversial. And we were trying to define what is a controversial. So we thought it's either something that people couldn't agree about, so it's disputed. Someone wants red and the other wants green or blue, so we will call it controversial. Or it is asking for a major change in the document, such as deleting a block or adding a new block, or a restructure in a way that could sort of get us back to where we started from. So we had these 2 categories of comments. The easy ones were just adapted in the document, and the difficult one, the controversial ones, were discussed among us, the facilitators. And then we came out with the list out of that, and together with, remember, the feedback from the survey. So together with that, we were able to come out with a list of 8 items, started with like 4 items and then to grow up to 8, that we think the sessions, discussion sessions tomorrow could focus on them. But we're opening the stage as well for you to suggest more, as one of the things that we will do tonight. So tonight it's mainly discussing what we are going to do next. But any sort of small group discussions will happen tomorrow. We're happy to have a discussion for all of us together, not in smaller groups. This needs us to tell Unep ahead of time so that they can arrange it for tomorrow. And that's what we're hoping to agree on today before the end of the session. So the second round of consultation started to arrive, your comments started to arrive today, this morning, since we sent you the email. And we tried again to continue cleaning up the document, and cleaning it from repetition, from mistakes, from obvious things that we can do. And then we are receiving more and more of your comments, and kindly do not stop sending comments. The document is there. I hope that all of you have received our email. I also put it in the WhatsApp group for the NGO, but I trust that all of you have received it by email. Feel free to put your comments. Everything is welcome, but please do not take us to December. We have come a sort of long way to reach here. Everything that you want to discuss tonight, we're open for discussing it, but let's work together in a constructive way, so that we develop this document. So by the end of the forum, we are able to have a joint statement that represents us all. And if it is not in the very final stage, but at least you can trust us, the facilitators, to do the minor changes that you have proposed. So any disputed issue, anything that is really important to have further discussion, we trust that you will tell us tonight about it, so that it will get time, it will get a room for discussion tomorrow. and then you'll come out of these rooms and we can agree on how the final statement should be. Right, so this is the list of the suggested items. We shared it with you this morning, but I'll just go through it. The first one is something that we'd like to discuss tonight. And this is reordering and reconstruction of the draft. So we received some comments about that, and when we discussed it as the facilitators, we did not see it as changing anything in the meaning or the importance of anything. It just sort of reordering and restructuring the statement so that it's more readable, it's stronger, and it's starting with something that will present us all, and then going in order in covering the different things. So we'll come to this and we'll discuss it. So we thought this is something that we should discuss tonight, not necessarily to take it to a small group discussion. But the other 7, they could be good candidates for the smaller discussions. UNEA theme, the nature-based solution and how we relate to the theme. And then environmental rights, some people would like to call them nature rights, before, during, and after armed conflicts, wars, and occupation. Food sovereignty, food security, plant-based diet, industrialized meat production. We put the 4 titles together because that's what came in the comments, and it came actually quite few times. So we put them together because we thought maybe they are relevant and maybe they can come under one block. And then mainstreaming the rights of vulnerable groups, and in particular indigenous people, elderly people, people with disabilities, and maybe others, to propose text throughout the document, both to be sensitive and respectful and inclusive to those vulnerable groups, but also we read quite a good text about indigenous people in general, that we would like to give it the time and space so that people can discuss it and propose the appropriate text that they think it should go all over the document, to be sure that we're fair to indigenous people and other vulnerable groups. And then biodiversity objective, linking it to CBD, positive narrative to go to UNEA 5. There was quite good discussion about this and how to go around it. Then when we talk about business and innovative solution, and then the focus on the biodiversity and not to lose the focus on the main thing. So we thought that it's a sort of disputed issue that should be discussed. And then heavy metals, including lead, and radioactive pollution impact. It came quite a few times in the comments, and we thought maybe we could put them together and see if people want to have a block about them, or yeah, like there should be a decision about how we should deal with this. And then last but not least, the inland water, water security and water sovereignty. This came in a different ways of proposal, and so we thought we're going to include this. So these are the 8 items that we think that got our attention from the survey and from your feedback for the zero draft document. You're welcome, as we said, to add more, but let's see how it goes. Right, and then I want just to remind you that we have 3 days, and every day there is 1 or 2 hours for us maximum. Like today is the opening of the working group. It's 1 hour. We're welcome to use the other hour, but we can use 1 hour. Tomorrow is 2 hours, and the day after is 2 hours. The reason why I'm putting this as in a summarized way is for you to remember that these are the dates, these are the times, and they're all Nairobi time. And at the same time, to just let you see that it's just few hours that would like you to be with us and focus and bring the best of your thoughts and your priorities, because this is more likely to be the last chance for us to talk and discuss and convince each other about how the final joint statement should be. So we'd really appreciate if you stay with us in these 3 days, and it's not much of your time if you compare it to the outcome that we're expecting. With this, I'd like to end. Thank you for being with us tonight. This picture, if anyone is wondering, it's from UNEA 4, and it was after UNEA 4, and that was the major group facilitating committee at that time. And I just put it there because it represents the discussion and the forum and the spirit of all nations together coming to come out with something that represents us all. So with this, I'd like to hand the microphone to my colleague, Patricia. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, or good morning, or good night, depending on where you are. Thanks a lot, Carla, for the introduction to the working group and to our work on the joint statement. I think that was quite comprehensive for everybody who wasn't fully well following the process. I think that was very helpful to recap that. So I guess you've already covered a lot, and I guess we want to use the time to see what what our colleagues have to add, and the questions you have and the comments you have. But maybe just a few words about the work on the statement that was done in the past days. So Carla has explained that we have sought to integrate all the comments. And by the way, I mean, thank you also from my side for all the comments. I was really very happy to see all your contributions because we got a lot of really substantial contributions and very high quality contributions in terms of the extra additional ideas and arguments that you have provided. So that was really, really helpful to improve the first draft. So we have sought to integrate them into the second version that has been shared with you. And well, we made this kind of list of items that we think, we can discuss if we want to spend more time to go into more detail on some of them, or if you feel that there's a need to maybe sharpen our points in the statement and spend a bit of more time, maybe also in smaller groups, to elaborate on these points. But I mean, what we saw was that, I mean, in the comments, there were not really, let's say, highly controversial issues. It was more like people suggesting either additional ideas or additional topics, where I think, so the point is not so much whether we disagree on the substance, but it's more about, okay, which kind of additional points do we want to add, or which points do we want to keep rather short to be able to focus on the core messages of the statements. I guess this is what the discussion will also be about. So what you have seen in the latest version is that we have now structured it in a way that we have, as in the previous version, a preamble through which we want to highlight the urgency to act. So thank you for your contributions. I think now, as it stands, it's quite good already. Then there's a short section on the necessary support in civil society and in empowering people to be part of the process. So here it would be nice to maybe also get a bit of input, like a paragraph from the youth major group, also linking to their events and the process they are organizing up to and with UNEA 5.1. And then we have a first big block, which is the main messages to UNEA 5.1. Where there's this one block which Carla has already mentioned as one of the topics that might need further discussion. So we have seen there was quite a bit of discussion on the theme of UNEA 5.1 and 5.2, the nature-based solutions, and how we as major groups and stakeholders relate to that concept in principle. So I think that might be, as Carla has listed, one of the points where we maybe want to go a little bit deeper in the discussion tomorrow to really work out a clear text on how we relate to that topic and how we relate to the concept, and how we want to maybe also distinguish ourselves from the way the topic has been framed. Then there's the whole section on the MTS. where we of course also had the consultation today, where we can also have to go back to the report from today's consultation on the MTFs and maybe cross-check what is still missing from the joint statement that maybe needs to be taken over to the joint statement from the consultation today. Then, of course, we had also foreseen at least a paragraph on the UN Environment Programme of Work and Budget. So here we also need to see if we have input from the consultation today, if there's a need to add specific points also to the joint statement. We have the section on Stockholm plus 50, and we have the section on Unep at 50, which is also still a little bit short. So maybe we also want to see if we want to elaborate a little bit on that part as well. And then there was a suggestion made to basically structure it around messages for UNEA 5.1, then basically our messages for the interim. So what needs to be looked at from UNEA 5.1 the way up to 5.2. There is the block now on responding to the pandemic, which I think has already received a lot of comments from you, and I think we're quite okay here. There's a section on plastic pollution, which also received some comments and which I think is already quite elaborated. But then we have the topics that Carla has mentioned, where we need to decide and hear from you if you want to add at least a paragraph on the link to the biodiversity work and the new global biodiversity framework, global chemical management. The Oceans Conference was listed. On the Food System Summit and food sovereignty, we already have a lot of text, and many of you have contributed quite substantially on that one, so we're not short of content here. I think here the issue is more than that maybe those people who have a specific interest in food sovereignty might want to get together and have a look at the draft as it stands now, maybe make it a bit more sharp, a bit more concise, and work out a little bit more on the core messages. So there's another suggestion from our side. And then there's the final block, which is the urgent matters for UNEA 5.2, where we have a section on the topic environment, peace and security agenda, which is already quite elaborated, and where we have a list of emerging issues to which we have resourced basically from the regional statements, but also from your contributions now, which we also want to have a look at together to see if we are capturing all of the emerging issues that we believe should be addressed at international level, and to see if we can make this a little bit more precise. So I guess this is where we stand now, but I think altogether we already have a very good basis for the statement. And if we use the time now today and the 2 coming days to make it even a bit more precise and maybe work out the core messages a bit more, then I think we will be able to present a good joint statement. So that's it from my side. So Carla, back to you to maybe start a first round of exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so I'll go back to the slide if I could. There, I need to. Right. So I could see while you were talking, Patricia, I was able to read few comments on the chat. So people are keen to share their views. They have questions as well. So I think soon we should open the stage for people to share their views. The question I think that we want to open the discussion with is, the first question is, tomorrow when we have the breakup sessions, is there a certain session, is there a certain topic that you would like to propose now, different than the topics that we proposed? If some of you have suggestions about the wordings of the name of the topics that we suggested, then by all means, it was not meant to be titles for anything. It's not going to the joint statement. It was just an expression of that we took from different places, from the document, from the survey, and put together just to make sure that we were inclusive, and that when people put their comments, they have not got lost, but we have mentioned them, especially when it is mentioned quite a few times. So I think if I can have the presentation, would like to
Hello, we have some hands raised.
Isaiah, could you please share the presentation?
Oh, so they'll comment after the presentation?
Yes, yes. I just want to show just want to show something in the presentation. That's it. Right. Okay. So while it's coming, yeah, and just to respond to something that I saw in the chat as well. Yeah, there we are. Right. So I want to go to the list. Yes, there it is. Can this be enlarged, please, Isaiah? Thank you very much. Right. So here is the list, and I think Patricia, if you agree with me, would like to open the stage for people to share their views, whether they want to add something to the list or they want to reword some of the items, keeping in mind that this is not something that will go to the document. It's just something that will go to the discussion. And if you see a title that is not a sentence, it's just phrases, it means that we took these phrases from different comments, put them together. The reason why we put them together, because we thought they were relevant, and we thought that they could come out in one block or one section. And the other thing is, Patricia, maybe you would like to start the discussion about the restructuring of the draft. If people have ideas about it, if because we thought that if you agree on it, then we'll just accept it. But the other 7 issues, starting from UNEA 5 theme, the nature-based solution, and how we can relate to them, or the other topics. So yes, I'd like to open the discussion on that.
Patricia, Haula, we have a few raised hands. Do you want me to give them the floor?
Yes, please, because I cannot see them. Thank you.
Yes, I know. So first we'll give the floor to Elizabeth Ulatowska.
Hi,
You're
thank you
unmuted.
so much. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. Hello.
Well, first of all, thanks for the enormous work you've done over so many months, and just an amazing amount of work. And not just one major group, but all of the major groups. It's very impressive. I had put some things in for the group that I represent. I coordinate the Commons Cluster of the United Nations NGO Major Group. And after the first PrepCom, we've been working very hard on finding ways in which 73333 could be implemented. We felt that there was not a lot of motivation there, and that seemed to be one of the main topics around which the ministerial declaration was going to go. And if we look at 73333, we find that if it were implemented, we would actually have a very good basis for implementable environmental law. But in fact, what the resolution says is it says to governments and secretariats and technologies who are technologists who are represented in the MEAs, get together and close the gaps. They say the same to governments, they say the same to the UN agencies. And it's not very easy to do that with so many different MEAs. So we came up with a 3-prong approach, and there were 3 proposals. The one is that human brains can't do what computers can do. And we looked at the computer portal of Unep. It's a wonderful instrument, but it could be upgraded so that the computer could actually do the thinking of seeing exactly where the gaps are and finding ways of closing them. And that could be done with the help of a hackathon. So the first proposal is to upgrade Unep's computer portal that can be used by everybody to implement international environmental law, but also ordinary environmental laws. The second proposal is to invite everybody to participate. And in 7.3, they mentioned the Montevideo 5, which basically talks about the implementation of environmental law at all levels. So we thought, using all of the different outreach teams the UN and its special agencies have, that we could get people involved in innovative ways of implementing environmental laws at all levels. And that their prizes would be given at the local level, at the national level, and at the international level. That would involve people, and we need everybody to work together to implement environmental law if it's going to be implemented. And the final one is that governments need to be motivated. And if we look at the HLPF, there's usually a quarter of all governments that make the voluntary national reviews. And if they could mention the things that their people are also doing to implement environmental law, there would be an impetus to really basically show off, which is their good right, of what's happening in their countries. And all the things that they come up with could also go into the computer portal to make it better. We have a detailed, we have a one-page description of those points, but we also have a description of why each of these points are made and how they would be implemented. We also go into the financing. I'm wondering what we could do, because I'd love to see these points go in. They were supported not only by the Commons Cluster, but by a number of other NGOs in the NGO major group. They went out to all governments already. And I'm wondering what we could do to get these 3 points in.
Right, so before you go, Elizabeth, do you want to suggest a 9th item that can include all what you said?
Yeah, the implementation of 73333. That would be one way of putting it. Another way would be the implementation of international, of environmental law.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, would like to share that document with you. Maybe you can send it to us by email if you know our emails.
That's Kuala. I think I have yours.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Then we can share it.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just a comment also from my side. So I mean, thank you, Elizabeth, and I also saw your comments on the statement, and I mean, we also integrated quite some of that in the section. So I mean, there's another pending question. I mean, at the moment we have a section which is on Stockholm Plus 50 together with resolution 73333. So I mean, that's totally up for discussion for you. I mean, and there's others in the room who are quite involved in this process to suggest if we should separate these two and have a separate paragraph on 73333. So I don't think it's a problem to pull this apart if you feel there needs to be a bit more space on it. So I'm also happy to hear from others, but I see that there's others in the waiting list. So because I don't see the hands, or we don't see the hands, me and Kola. So I see that Leda and Janice want to speak, but maybe there's other raised hands.
I can help
Yes.
you and moderate and give the floor if you want.
Yes, please.
First, we have Carmen Caprilad. I'm sorry if I'm butchering all names. It's late, but you can unmute yourself and raise your comment. Carmen, you need to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll move on, and I'll give the floor first to Janice. You can unmute yourself now.
Thank you. Thanks, Patricia. Yes, I just wanted to quickly look at number 2, the UNEA theme, nature-based solutions in inverted commas, and how we relate to the theme. The actual phrase nature-based solutions is extremely controversial. In the Convention for Biological Diversity, I sent the document through on the email list. They're arguing against using it until it's been properly defined, but we don't actually have to use it. Because the theme of UNEA is strengthening action for nature to achieve the SDGs, which is not nature-based solutions. And so in the text, I was suggesting that we just leave this term out of it and use the actual term of the theme. And but I do think it's quite a good idea to discuss the theme and kind of what we want to gain from that, because solutions also has a very kind of end of pipe sticking plaster connotation, whereas what we're actually after is transformative change. So I think it would be good to discuss the theme and what we expect from it. But my special plea is to avoid the use of the term nature-based solutions because it's controversial and we don't actually need to use it. Over.
Thanks a lot, Janice. So yeah, that's also, I mean, mainly why we put this topic on the list, on the potential list of the list of potential topics for like shorter breakout sessions tomorrow to have that discussion. So it might be a good idea to have one breakout session on that section, I mean, on the UNEA theme, and to come up with a clearer wording on how we relate to that term and if we want to use it, and maybe also work through a bit the rest of the text to make it a bit more concise. And so yeah, that's one possibility to move forward. So I think, who's the next one? Ingrid, is it?
We have the username water that can unmute themselves.
Hello, this is Lori Johnson with Southeast Indigenous Peoples Center. It would be good if we had a topic on accountability, because we have, at the beginning, we have about 3 paragraphs of how things have gone wrong. And it would be good if we could propose measures to improve it. Every time we say this is, you know, this is a failure, we didn't achieve SDGs, all of these things that went wrong, let's propose how we can have accountability mechanisms to make it right. And I'd also suggest that Indigenous peoples are targeted groups. Other peoples may also be targeted. Persons with disabilities, others may self-identify as targeted, but Indigenous peoples have self-identified as targeted groups in other forums. So I don't know if vulnerable is where Indigenous peoples belong.
Right, so Laurie, before you go, thank you very much for your comments. So before you go, when you talk about the accountability mechanism as measures, are you talking about adding text somewhere in the preamble maybe, or are you talking about adding a block?
Well, in the preamble, I think somebody should go through and kind of summarize some of the failures, and every time we do, we should propose a solution, because we are here for nature-based solutions. We are proposing action for nature, and what has happened is action against nature or operation on nature. So when we say this was a failure, let's say, well, here is the solution: more participation, more accountability mechanisms, more environmental rights. Every time y'all list one of these failures, let's bring up one of these main points: food sovereignty, biodiversity. Let's, you know what I'm saying, just in the preamble. And then it would be good to have a block on MTS or wherever y'all think appropriate on accountability mechanisms.
All right, thank you very much, Laurie. Thank you. Ingrid, who's next?
Yes, we have Rachel Mash, and then after that we have Hassan Al-Jaya, and then Martin Brocklehurst, and then we'll move on to Leda.
Okay, then
So
Rachel.
we'll start with Rachel Mash.
Thank you, Dr. Kaula. Rachel, Mash, and Green Applicants. I've got 2 points. The one point was, I'm wondering if number 4 could be divided into 2 discussion groups, because it seems too huge for one issue. If we could have food security and sovereignty, and then maybe the plant-based diets and industrialized meat production as a second group, because it's just such a vast topic for one group, maybe. And then number 5, I think the indigenous people need to be our leaders. I don't think it's right to put them in a group with vulnerable groups. I think if we're going to change the course of history, we need to be guided. So I was wondering if we could maybe have a group that is something around amplifying or raising the voice of indigenous people, because theirs is the value system that we need moving into the future. So I was wondering if we could have a group looking at how we amplify and strengthen their voices and get them into the United Nations process more.
So
Thank you
Rachel,
so much.
well, thank you for the comment. Before you go, so you are requesting a group for indigenous people to discuss how to raise the voice and impact of indigenous people, and at the same time you're suggesting to divide the food security sovereignty in one group and then the plant-based and industrialized meat in another group, right?
In another group, yes. Yeah, that's my suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we have Hassan Al-Jaya. I'll unmute you from the organizer, so you can unmute yourself now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Diyar. I speak on behalf of the Arab Group of the Protection of Nature and on behalf of Engineer Hassan Al-Jaja. Thank you for your work on this suggested items. And just I want to speak about number 3. We in our society, we in the Arab Group of the Protection of Nature planted maybe 2.5 million trees in Palestine to keep the land in the hands of the farmers, Palestinian farmers, and because of the conflicts, they uproot 3 million trees and they built the wall, the apartheid wall, and they put huge money and huge sum of monies to stop tree planting and to know where we planted exactly, just to uproot it. Maybe they put a budget of $7 million to use cars, people, and to know and see where we planted it in order to uproot it. So we would like this to be officially raised within us and the United Nations in UNEA, please. Thank you.
So, Dior, before you go, I think you should be joining this group and raising all these issues, and so that this can be turned into a strong block, because it has been suggested actually as a block, and originally it had the title of wars, conflicts, and occupation, and then it took another title. If you go through the document, you will see the improvement and development of that text. So I would suggest that you stay with us, because we haven't heard much from you before, and be in that discussion group in particular, and enrich it with all the information you have, because most of the suggestions came from a sort of secondhand NGOs who have heard it from some other NGOs, but it seems like that you have information that you have witnessed yourself. So I think you will be a very rich source for that group. So stay with us and take lead in that group. Thank you, dear.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Then we have Martin. Are you here? Martin Brocklehurst?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear
Martin,
me?
go ahead. Hello, Martin.
Yeah,
Yes.
what I'd like to suggest is that I think it's pretty evident from a lot of the things that the Unep say, and it's also in this document, that the status quo approach to the problems that we've got doesn't work. and that we actually need to get citizens much more engaged and involved in driving behavior change. And therefore, I'd like to suggest that there's an opportunity for the major groups to build on what we did in UNEA 4, where the ministerial statement referred to the value of citizen science as an unconventional data source. It was also referred to in the major groups and stakeholders statement at UNEA 4 plenary session. And I'd like to see a section in this document that takes that forward. And the sort of things that I would like to see would be to build on the ministerial statement by suggesting that UNEP should start building capacity within its own organization for citizen science, providing the tools to enable member states to build that citizen science capacity, and also putting in place with UNESCO mechanisms to develop global programs. And UNESCO are currently putting together a statement, a resolution on open science and citizen science. So the timing is absolutely perfect to get a global citizen science program to demonstrate the value of getting millions of people to take part in a global citizen science program, because we need to recognize that when we do it this way, it reinforces behavior change in populations. So the other aspect we could think about is to require UNEP, when it reports on the UNEA resolutions, to include a program of work that supports the development of citizen science in those respective areas, and that they are obliged to report back on progress. And that would mirror something the Obama administration did in the US when they set up their Citizen Science Act, which was to require the federal agencies to demonstrate what they were doing to help develop citizen science and to report on progress. So I think there's a great opportunity for the major groups to make a statement here that would actually drive a different way of doing business and engage very large numbers of people. And I stress this has got to be done at scale. Too much of what we've seen on citizen science to date has been at small scale, great little projects, but they don't have the impact we need at the global level. And yet there are examples out there now that show us how this can be done. So I think that this is a great opportunity for UNEP to take this whole concept to the next level. And I think if we could have a little group looking at that as to what we might build into this statement, it would be a very important step forward. Thank you.
And Martin, before you go, I just have a question for you. So have you participated in the other session, the second session?
The second session today?
Yes.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Right. So do you know if they adopted it as well? If it's there or not?
Sorry, I don't quite understand your question.
Right, because you talked about the program of work, and so I was wondering if this is something that will come to us actually from them. Is it something that has been discussed as well?
I think what you've got is a beginning of change within UNEP to support the whole concept of citizen science, and it's in the work strategy. It's mentioned twice now, but it's giving more momentum to it, quite frankly. And the link with UNESCO is brand new. There is no dialogue yet between UNESCO and UNEP on a global citizen science program, but they are going to take these sorts of ideas forward, and they would be really keen to see UNEP supporting that sort of concept. You know, which area we look at is open for debate. But I said this earlier on today that there are three obvious ones, one of which is around air quality and health. The second one that I referred to is invasive species and disease. And the third one is around this whole concept of COVID, because I think COVID-19 is going to be with us for quite a long time. And there are some fantastic projects that are developing at national level that never get to global level in each of those areas. And they all have the potential to involve very large numbers of people, something in the order of 7%, we think, of national populations are prepared to engage in these type of activities if it directly affects their daily life. And as long as you give people really effective feedback, and all the good projects do that, and you then build a momentum for change that's actually very difficult to stop. And I heard the Belgian ambassador, for instance, talking at UNEA 4 about the power of the air quality work done in Belgium, driving political change on air quality in urban areas. And you could have that conversation in any of the major cities globally at the moment. And yet the work that's been done in Belgium is not shared globally, is not developed globally. It sticks at local, national level. And UNEP have the fantastic opportunity to take those sorts of examples and show how they can be done on a global basis. Because you can look at air quality in Kazakhstan, you can look at it in India, you can look at it in Indonesia, and all the work's been done. We just need to find ways to translate it so that it becomes available in different cultures and across the planet.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin. So another discussion group. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Can I just come in quickly before we take the next participant from the floor? Also, just because I'm looking at the chat and some of the things that have been raised here. So maybe just for clarification again, for those who are wondering. So the topics that Leda has shown here, the suggested items for discussion, these have been picked because these are the topics where there was a lot of discussion, or I mean, comparatively speaking, a lot of discussion in the draft, whereas other areas seem to be less. I mean, there were less comments and less questions have been raised. So this is why we kind of set these points aside to see with you if you feel the need to kind of spend more time tomorrow with people who are interested in these specific issues to work out the text of the draft a bit more and to maybe find some answers for pending questions. So that's how we kind of came up with the list. Some of them we've already touched upon, the UNEA theme, for instance, the environment and armed conflict, the food sovereignty topic. So these have all the question of vulnerable groups and the different approach to indigenous peoples. So these have already been touched upon, and we see that there is kind of interest in maybe going a little bit deeper and kind of clarifying with the language and making the draft stronger. And then there's a couple of others that so far we haven't, heard from anyone, but maybe others still have to kind of say something on them, or maybe they're not interesting. And there was also a question what we mean with point number 6. So some commenters wanted to see a stronger link to the CBD process and the link between the UNEA process and CBD in the interim between UNEA 5.1 and 5.2, but there's no text so far really in the statement. So it's an open question. If people feel the need to elaborate more on the interlinkage between these two processes, there's an open invitation to work that out. If nobody wants to do that, then we'll take that out. So that was just a suggestion. And then there was another question on the very beginning. So there is already a section on the COVID-19 recovery. There was a question on that. So of course that section, we haven't listed that as one of the items for small groups discussion, but of course it can be one of them if people feel that we need more discussion and we need to work on the language there. So just to kind of clarify that maybe, but who's next on the list?
We currently have no raised hands, or yes, we have a raised hand. We have Daksha. Oh yeah.
Leda has been there right since the beginning and wanted to speak, so maybe she can't raise her hand because she's one of the panelists.
No, she's up next, and then we have one more raised hand. So first Leda, and then Daksha. And
Thank
Leda
you,
should
Ingrid.
be unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. The panelists cannot raise hands, so that's why we have to put it in the chat box. But thanks for giving me the floor. I think what I would like to raise is that we have to be very aware on who is the audience of this joint position. And we are writing this for member states. Member states have to discuss, negotiate the different points. So I think it's very important to follow the agenda from UNEA and not making kind of long wish list of all the things that we think are important. So that's why I proposed in the beginning already to have that document structured during the time schedule we have. So that means we start with UNEA 1, see what's on the agenda of UNEA 1 and discuss and react on that, which is a program of work, the midterm strategy, and let's say a kind of introduction about the urgency, whatever. Then I think all the other things is in between, which is the plastic convention, which is the resolution 73333. I mean, Lysinka talked about it. I think we have to put all those things there. We have groups already discussing this. I mean, there is a huge group on plastics and marine litter. So I think you have to integrate them and listen to them, what they have to say, because they followed the process. The same for the resolution 73333. Then I think we have to say something on the COVID recovery. I think a lot of those points you listed now on the slides can be part of that. But again, there I also think that it's very important to see what is UNEA or Unep doing and react on that. Of course, we can have innovative ideas and bright ideas extra, but I think it's very important for member states that they receive from us a concrete alternative text that they can use in their negotiations during the whole process. I think most of the things, which is the UNEA issue, which is on solutions for nature on the SDGs, whatever it is, but at least it's not nature-based solution. So we don't need to use that term anyhow. So I agree with Janice there. I think it's for UNEA 5.2, and we still have 1 year to elaborate more on those points. I mean, because I also think that it's very important to elaborate more on that in a very open and active way. So we still have 1 year to prepare 5.2. But what is now urgent is the UNEA 5.1 and the issues in between, which I said already, the resolution, the food system summit as well, of course, the plastic, the COVID, and other things that are in between. So I think it's very important that we know who is going to read this position, and that's not a kind of our wish list or an analysis of how the world is functioning or not functioning. It has to be very concrete and targeted on the UNEA agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Leda. If I can just comment on that. I mean, I agree with you, and that's also, I mean, what we said in the first message, that of course, I mean, we wanted this to be way shorter than it is now, and we wanted it to be very targeted on what's actually on the agenda of UNEA 5.1, and then of course what's maybe important in the time in between, and this is still the way we want to structure this. So I agree that the idea is not to kind of open up to add another 10 points, because that would kind of defy the purpose of the whole statement. On the specific issues that you have highlighted as kind of particular importance, there's already now the suggestion that on the kind of food summit and food sovereignty topic, that this can be one topic where people can use the time tomorrow to get together and improve the draft as it is now, because a lot of people have contributed on this topic, but it's a bit all over the place because it was a lot of different comments, people suggesting text. So I tried to do my best to make some sense of it, but it's probably not where it should be. On 73.333, there was very little well, there was text in the original draft, which was mostly the text that came out of the regional statement, the European regional statement, to which you have also contributed, being one of the people most active in this process, which we have taken on board. And then there were a few comments, but it's still kind of together with Stockholm plus 50 and 73.333. So, I mean, I would be very happy to see kind of a specific section on the resolution only. So if those people who, and Elizabeth was there sharing her additional points as well, I mean, if there's a small group of people who want to kind of work out a short but very precise section on that tomorrow, that would also be much appreciated. On the plastic topic, there was at least from what we have taken over from, again, the European statement, there was consultation with some of the most active organizations in the process who have contributed to the text, which we have more or less taken over now for the global statement. There were very little comments or additional comments now in the kind of drafting period. So I assume that this part is kind of okay or good. But I mean, obviously, if people now raise this point and would like to elaborate on this section, that's most welcome. But maybe from what I see, it's maybe not the section that needs most attention. And on the COVID-19 recovery, so we have a section on that. So again, if there's a group of people who would like to work on the basis of what we have and make that better, that would be much welcome. But I agree with Leda that the idea is not to add another 10 points, but to rather focus and make what we already have more precise and meaningful for now, especially the upcoming meetings 5.1. Thank you.
Then I'll give the floor to Daksha, and you should be able to unmute yourself now. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. I am discussion point number 2. That is nature-based solution. I second Janice and Leda's thought. And as far as it is concerned, nature-based solutions are no more in existence, and whatever they are in case of success stories or case studies. So because of heavy industrialization, heavy urbanization, and people moving away from moving to the cities, so maybe we'd have to rethink about the nature-based solutions, or we have to just have a lifestyle which will be sustainable. But that's very difficult in this time, so maybe it needs to be given a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, I just saw another comment here in the chat. It's true that somebody is editing the text of the draft statement. So we ask you not to edit the text, but to put comments, because otherwise it will become, again, very messy. So please refrain from changing the text, but please only add comments, and we will make sure that they are taken on board. And if you tomorrow in the breakout sessions work on the text and you suggest alternative text, that you agree in the working groups, and we can take that over. But please don't change the text now in the joint statement, because it will become very difficult to follow it. So please use the comment function. Sorry, we can go to the next speaker.
Yeah, and just before we go, I'd like to second this, Patrizia. From the first time, actually, we asked everybody not to edit, but to comment. Just to make our life easier, just to make it more constructive, so that we can move forward. Even if you can find a way to edit it, this is not what we asked for. So please, let's do the things together in the best, friendly, nice, constructive way. It doesn't make sense if people are editing the text at the same time. You have the facilitators who are doing this on your behalf. You can put your comments, and you can see what we have changed and what we have not changed, and it's very transparent in front of you. So yes, again, I would say kindly do not edit. Just leave your comments. That's highly appreciated. And I would like at this stage to just welcome the third facilitator in the group, Aisha, from Back to Basics. I know that you've been through some difficulties, but I'm so happy that you've joined us. So at any stage, if you just felt to say something or join us in moderating, just go ahead. Ingrid, who's next? And thank you for the help.
Next on the list is Teresa Oberhauser from the Children and Youth Major Group. So you can unmute yourself now.
Yes, thank you very much for the floor, and thank you very much to the moderating team for the great work in this very interesting discussions. I just wanted to second what Leda said. In my honestly a lot more limited experience than hers, we also had the experience that negotiators literally go to texts and look for segments that are specifically linked to the different agenda items of OECPR and UNEA, and then basically just consider those and don't really pay a lot of attention to all the other things mentioned around that. So I would second that. I actually have two questions. In the major group of children and youth, we honestly have a lot of questions, especially about the different UNEA format and also now with on the one hand them saying there will not be a lot of discussions possible and topics that where major groups can come in. So I mostly have 2 questions, probably for the more experienced ones in the room. First of all, at UNEA agenda item 4, where we have about 15 resolutions mentioned. Many of them are also topics that are here on the slide. Will we actually be able to speak for each of them, or will we simply just have to have one statement for all of them together, basically for the whole agenda item 4? And my second question is also relating to point 2 of this on the slide. For the UNEA theme, what is actually the outcome expected on this topic, apart from it being very, very interesting and important, of course? What is the concrete outcome from the negotiators that we can specifically target our intervention to on this issue? Thank you very much.
Ingrid, do we have more hand raised? Because Teresa, I think, raised questions, and maybe we can ask people to reply to it. But I just wanted to be sure that there are no more hands raised.
We have Cecilia Iglesias has raised her hand, and we also have Janice from the chat. So first Cecilia and then Janice. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Cecilia?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was trying to get to the chat and I couldn't find it, so I wasn't sure if you were getting my hand. So first, I would like to congratulate the drafting team for the amazing work. Having done such a compilation, it's an extremely difficult task. So, well, thank you for that effort. I'm also very pleased to see that the messages from the regions were taken as a basis for this document. I can recognize many of the ideas that were present in the statement from Latin America and the Caribbean. My major concern is that it's about the length of this joint statement. I think that from past experiences, a 13 pages document might not be even read by delegates. So I know that it can be, from what I see, people are making particular comments, and I was trying to do so in the drive, but I don't know if it is possible to make a shorter version, 2 or 3 pages maximum, because I truly think that we are making a lot of comments that will not be useful, because we cannot discuss with our delegates 13 pages. I know it's not a nice thing to say, but that's what I think. We might need to work on a more concise document. That's all.
Cecilia, before you go, I would say that we share the same concern with you about the length of the document. When we started, we were aiming to have a very short and sort of concise document, but as you see, the more discussion we have, the more points are raised, but hopefully that at the end stage, you'll be able to make it shorter. About reflecting items from the regions. First of all, thank you very much for being with us from this area, from this region that's very much not represented in many meetings. I'm so happy to have someone from Latin America, and I'm so glad that we were able to reflect items from your region. But please, by all means, go and read the whole document. If you felt that a text should be improved in anywhere to reflect your region more, so please give the comments about it. And thank you again, Cecilia, for joining us. I'm really happy to have someone from Latin America.
Oh yes. I'm very happy as well. I will try to make the comments I don't know, to suggest some short versions of the paragraphs, but I'm listening all the comments and I think it's getting harder and harder. But from my experiences, I've been to many of the UNEAs and previous meetings, and it will be really hard to make them read this. So sometimes we focus a lot on small things, but then we don't get the governments to sit with us, and we cannot get them to at least get 5 or 10 key issues to read. It's a big effort, and maybe the results won't be the ones that we are expecting.
Well, thank you for raising this, Cecilia. I think this is something that we need to discuss as a group tonight, and give a sort of idea of how many pages are we planning to have this joint document of. I think it would be really great if we can go from tonight with an idea of how many pages really are we aiming to. Thanks, Cecilia. So is it Janice next? Ingrid?
Yes, Janice is next, and then Aisha can have the floor.
Okay.
Thank you. So yes, I also wanted to say that I think you've done a great job at pulling this all together, and the latest version is so much better than the earlier one, which was all over the place. The ordering's good, and it's got some great points in it. I do agree with what Cecilia's saying, and with what Lida said about that we really need to focus on 5.1 and the issues that have to be considered during the year. But I think so much good work's been done that it would be nice to not just throw away the rest of it, but to keep it as a background document. So it's kind of on the scanner of people in a preparation up to 5.2. But maybe then have an extract document which only deals with the things that are totally relevant to 5.1 and the burning issues that are going to be dealt with during the year. And in that regard, I was just rereading the document, and it occurs to me, and I'm ashamed to say it, that we've really not covered oceans, and there's an oceans summit coming up in March, and oceans cover 71% of the earth. Well, water covers 71% of the earth, and it's a carbon sink. It has fisheries, it has marine mammals, it has plastic pollution, and yet whenever I attend meetings of, African countries, regional development, even environmental ministers, they are always talking about the blue economy and making money out of the ocean. But in fact, it's a real environmental problem that needs to be grasped and that needs to be included more in the medium-term strategy and the programme of work, and indeed in our statement. And we seem to be really overlooking it. Over.
Thanks, Janice. Just to tell you, I mean, there's a placeholder in the version on the Oceans Conference, but there's no text because nobody has provided text. But the placeholder is already there. So if there are stakeholders who want to provide a short paragraph and make the link to the Oceans Conference process, then this can be done.
Yeah, thanks, Patricia. I was about to say that. Okay. Aisha.
Yes, I just want to say thank you and apologies that I could not get in at the beginning, but I just want to thank everybody in the panel and all the participants for their amazing contributions. And as a team, I think we are very impressed by the wealth of ideas, and definitely there is still room for us to clean up. And yes, we have a lot to do so that we can focus on 5.1. And I also like the idea that, the other information, even if it will not be used in this joint statement, we are going to keep it and agree on putting it together as well. So thank you everybody for all these wonderful contributions and wealth of ideas.
Thank you, Aisha, for joining us. Now the three of us are here. Ingrid, anyone else?
Yes, we have Elizabeth Ulatowska, and then we have Martin Brocklehurst again. So Elizabeth should be
Thanks so
able
much.
to speak now.
Yes, I'm unmuted. So first of all, actually, my name is Lee Sinker. Something went wrong in the administration. Yes, to get back to what was being said, and I forgot actually who said it about the length of the document, which is a very important point. When we bring together a document, particularly from all of the major groups, but even from the NGO major group, it's a huge challenge to get all the points in. And we're so diverse that we need to get all the points in. And so one way in which we could do it is actually to take the essence of each point and start the first page with the essence and allow all those essences to come into a logical sort of format so that we have some basic bullet points of the points we're making, and which are short because the things that belong together are sort of clustered together. And then each of those points could have sort of a number, and then the longer version could go into the second part of the statements, so that people reading the statement can see at a glance the points that are being made in a logical way, and then the points they're interested in, they just have to go to that point of the footnotes and then just read the longer section. So that would be a way to get everybody's views in.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks for sharing that. So you're Liz, right?
Pardon? Liz Sinker.
Liz Sinker,
Liz
yeah.
Sinker, L-I-S-I-N-K-A. I'll just put that in the box.
Right, okay. Thank you very much, Liz, for sharing this. Yeah, that's a smart way to do it. Thanks. So who's next? Ingrid?
We have Martin, and then afterwards Isis will be speaking.
Yeah, it's Martin Brocklehurst here. Yeah, I was really going to support Lisa's idea on this whole concept of very short, sharp bullet points up front, rather like an executive summary for the document. And then the second thing is I would take out an awful lot about the description of the problem. Everybody knows what the problem is. It's very easy to describe the problem. What we should be concentrating on is the solutions to the problem. And that's really what we need to get in those key bullet points up front. I'd also suggest that focusing in on the resolutions that are going back to 5.1, on the work program that is going back to UNEA 5.1. So we're really saying, when you come down to the detail of the work program, this is what you need to be including, because we know that the topic areas, most of the topic areas that we're interested in, are included. It's the detail that now matters. So focus on delivery, focus on the things we would like to see in the work plan, focus on the resolutions that are going back to 5.1, and then at the end, a couple of pointers on the things we would like to see pursued during the next 12 months as we lead into 5.2. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Martin. I think together with what Elise has said, yeah, you've made very important suggestions, and I would like to pursue this further, because the question started with how many pages. So would like to hear from you how many pages you think the joint statement should be. And the second thing, if you can comment on the suggestions that we just got about starting with bullet points and then going to the more details one, more of giving an executive summary at the beginning, and then focusing on the UNEA 5.1 and what's going to be discussed there, and mainly the delivery, the work plan, what we would like to see in the work plan, and then the resolution, and then at the end is what we would like to see in the coming months to the way to UNEA 5.2, and then to take the description and focus on solution rather than just describing the problems. So this is like a summation of the suggestions that we heard. So we'd like to hear more about it. If you could share with us how many pages you think we should end up with, and do you think that the suggestions that we got so far about shortening it so that it's focusing on UNEA 5.1, which was the main purpose to start with, and then just at the end saying something about what we wish to see happening from now to UNEA 5.2, and then there was a suggestion as well to not to lose all the work that we've been developing so far, so to remain as a working document or background document. So if you can kindly comment on this, that'd be great, so that we can reach a conclusion, maybe together, an agreement. That'd be great if we can end tonight with that. What do you think, Patricia?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, we should have an agreement on how we deal with what we have, because I mean, we don't have a lot of time, and we need to agree on. I mean, if people want a substantially shorter statement, then we have to agree on when, how we're going to do the work, and I mean, I agree. We could also try to kind of work with a summary part with kind of the key messages. And try to shorten the rest of the text, but not kind of try to cut it in half, because I don't really know how we would do that without kind of discarding the work of that has been done so far. But yeah, I mean, let's hear what people think, but then it also means that people need to step up and volunteer to do the work on it today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow, so that we're ready by Thursday. So yeah, let's hear what the participants think.
Ingrid?
Isis has requested the floor, and then I would just, before we give the floor to Isis, I would just like to check if Elizabeth Ulatovska has raised her hand again, or if it's an old one. If it's an old one, please take it down. If you still want the floor, you'll have it after Isis. So Isis, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello, how are you?
Hi, everyone. No, I would like also to support to have a more succinct version, maybe some 6 pages tops. But then I also wrote in the other chat that perhaps, because I think it's really important, even if the problem is being explained, not everyone understands the problem the same way. Maybe we could try and have the longer version published somewhere in one of UNEP's outlets. I was thinking about Perspectives magazine, or I don't know, some other blog in the Unep website where we can put the longer version, because I don't think it's I don't think it should that all the amount of effort and all the information of the longer version should be just cut and lost.
Okay, so 6 pages. We got a number finally. Thank you, Isis. So what does everyone think about 6 pages? Or if you have other suggestions?
Now we have Elizabeth, and then we have some other hands raised. So I'll move on with them after. Yeah, Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Yes, again, it's Lisinka. I think it's one of the real problems are whose material you're going to cut. And I think that that's not a question that any of us can make. And therefore, it would be good to have the smaller section, possibly with the bullet points. But in terms of putting footnotes at the end, you can make it as long as you like. And that way you don't really add to the length of the paper, but you do add to the clarity of the paper, because there will be short points in the beginning, and then anybody wanting to read more can read more. But it would be a very difficult decision to say whose points are we going to cut. The second point, I'd like to go back to the point Leda made, which is very important, that we stick to the items on the agenda as the governments have the agenda. But we can also, if we want to expand on the point or move a little outside, we can then make that link and say, we're addressing this point on the agenda, and we'd like to add this perspective, something of that nature. And the reason I'm saying that is that a lot of the things that we're going to suggest are going to take a lot of work from the member states. First of all, it's going to have to go to capitals, from capitals to ministries, from ministries it's going to have to, there's going to have to be some sort of a agreement as to how things are going to be done, or if they're going to adopt it. And then what we want them to do is to think about implementing it. So we do need that time between 5.1 and 5.2. And so I think the points that we want to make should be actually made in the 5.1 statement, and including the long-term points, so that governments do have the year to actually go into them in more depth. And then, of course, we can back it up with lobbying the various governments. We'll give them a call and we'll talk to them about, whatever points we want to talk to them about. And that will sort of help them to see in how far they might want to implement them.
Right, Lysinka, before you go, so how many pages do you suggest that the main document should be?
Wow, I think 6 sounds good.
Right. Okay, and then your point is that to add clarity, we can use footnotes, right? And to keep the document short, the main document, but the clarity and the details will be added in the footnote. Is that what you said? Did I get you right?
Yes, it could be a much longer document, but then the main points are sort of in the first, 4 to 6 pages, depending on how many points we have, without actually, losing the richness of the different points.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Lysinka, it's the end of the day. Apologies. But next we have Cecilia. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay. I think that 3 pages it's an ideal, and maybe 5 it's a maximum. Yes.
Right. Okay.
It's always hard to get a concise statement, but and it's not a matter of whose text gets cut, but how can we get the message to merge with one with the other to deliver the messages in a more concrete way. I think that there are some paragraphs that are redundant, or they have information that we know that governments already know. So one way would be to eliminate data, quotes, and examples. It's I think in the past we have always done that. I know we all want to say a lot of things once we have the opportunity to say something, but we need to make sure that they will hear what we have to say. So it's better if we, for example, the text has the document has text in bold letters. That's that's what we need to focus on. We can add additional things as footnotes, as someone mentioned, but I think that we should try to start by doing that, eliminating data, quotes, and examples.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Celia. Yes, three pages is it's a very good number. We can achieve it. Thank you very much. Ingrid, who's next?
We have Amal El-Bakri, but I would also like to remind everyone that the link automatically shuts down at 10 Nairobi time. So we have half an hour. So it's probably good to start to wrap things up. But now I can give the floor to Amal El-Bakri. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
First of all, I want to thank everybody, and especially the facilitators who made a wonderful job. I was not really present, but I read every document. Regarding of what has been said, I think that 3 pages is an interesting number, and adding all the information in another document can be interesting also. So I think there are 2 visions that was presented that are interesting to take into account. Thank you. Sorry for my dogs. They're always
Thank you, Emma, and thank you for
barking.
taking care of the dogs.
Thank
You
you.
for the good work
Sorry.
you're
Sorry.
doing there in Morocco.
It's always challenging with them. Sorry.
Oh, we're glad that someone is doing that. Thank you. Right, Ingrid. Ingrid, I think I'll take your advice and I will keep the last 15 minutes for us, the facilitators, to wrap. So, so everyone has, what, 10 minutes to go, right? Yes. So, Ingrid, who's next?
I think I've given the floor to all the raised hands. Sometimes the hands are staying up after they've been given the floor, so it's a bit difficult. But it should be okay. Yeah, it should be done with the raised hands, and I don't have anyone asking for the floor in the chat, so it seems like we're good to go.
What about you, Ingrid? Do you think 3 pages are good or 6 pages are good from your experience? What do you think a good number would be?
In my experience, the shorter, the better, as long as you can keep the key content. I'm a big fan of bullet points when possible. And what we sometimes do when we have, because I come from a network organization that also sometimes have to navigate conflicting interests. And we find that if we can have bullet points on the front page and then we can have more text following to explain and give nuances, that's easier because then they can get the key points and they can be directed to the more concrete examples and data moving on. So I would agree that if it is at all possible, 3 pages, maximum 6 pages, and then we could have a longer document that can be linked in the digital version, and then that we also can circulate so that we can give it upon request, because no diplomat will read 15 pages, unfortunately.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Ingrid, for sharing this. Patricia, since no one, and Aisha, since no one is asking for the floor, then we have about 20 minutes now to wrap. I'll just start that I would love, before we end today, to have a clear idea about 2 things, so that we can prepare for tomorrow and the day after. The first one is, what are the discussion that you'd like to take further, so that we know what to ask from Unep, how many rooms there should be there for discussions tomorrow. We have proposed a list of 8 items for you, and I took notes of the different proposals, and I did not summarize all my notes, but in front of me at least 5 different new items, and that is ocean, science citizen, indigenous peoples as such, and then accountability, and then implementation of the environmental law. And then there was the other suggestion about splitting the food sovereignty and food security. So that would be one, and then another discussion for the plant-based and the industrialized meat production. Yeah, there might be more, but at least I have now in front of me 7 new discussion groups that are proposed in addition to the ones that we have. So I would like, before we go, to have a sort of feedback of what should we do? Should we go for like 17 discussion groups? Shall we, instead of splitting, join 2 discussion groups in one place? Shall we choose from them? So this is like the first question, and I have a proposal of how to do that. The second question is about the length of the documents, because this is very important. Like, if you're really serious about having 3 to 6 pages, then everyone should be ready to compromise. I mean, there was this question of whose parts are we going to delete? Yeah, I know there was another comment saying that we do not to ask this question. We do not need to ask this question because it doesn't matter. We should keep the most important parts. But I need, again, and I'm sure Patricia need this, and Aisha, a signal of approval. If you really want us to go to 3 to 6 pages, then there'll be major changes that has to take place. And then we need volunteers to help us in this process because we have very limited time to achieve that. And then the other suggestion is about the bullet points. Do we agree on that? Because if we agree on that, then again, this is another major change. So the total structure of the document will change because you will have a page of bullet points, and then we will go to details in the other pages, which is like 2 pages or 5 more pages. And then are we agreeing to have the details in footnotes or in another document that we're going to share online? So we need indication of that. Like if I could have designed a survey now and send it through and get feedback, that'd be great. But I think we should have a way now in the coming 20 minutes to decide on these things so that we know what to do tonight to prepare for the sessions tomorrow and the day after. And we know how we should clean the documents. If it requires major changes, then we should start now. Patricia, Aisha, what do you think?
Just a quick information. We have 3 raised hands. So
right. Okay.
4 raised hands actually.
Yeah, because we said originally that we need 15 minutes, so we still have 5 minutes. Yeah, go ahead, Ingrid, please.
Yeah, we have Juliet, who's been waiting for a while. You can unmute yourself now.
Hello, Juliet.
You need to unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Juliet.
I'm Juliet. I think you all know me. I just wanted to thank everybody, especially all the facilitators, for the good work that you have done, and all those that have contributed and participated. I wanted to recommend that the document can be reduced up to 5 pages with some footnotes.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what
thank you so much. Thank you, Juliet. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for the constructive suggestion. Thanks.
Yeah.
And yes, we all know you, Juliet.
Yeah.
And then the next person in line is Lysinka. The floor is yours.
Hi, I see I'm unmuted. Thank you. When I talked about the bullet points, it doesn't mean that one needs to have a tiny bullet point, but what one could have over the first 3 or 6 pages, whatever it is to take all the topics that have been brought up and put them into smallish little lines or paragraphs, so the bullet point isn't just a part of a phrase, but it's actually makes sense. It doesn't have to be gone into much more detail. It just says what is being said, and then with each of those there can then be the footnotes or the that would go into it in more detail, but that the first 3 or 4 pages would be then little paragraphs instead of bullet points, where the topics raised would actually make sense as they are. I don't know if that's going to be possible or feasible, but that would be a way to go about it. So we don't have 3 sections, it's not bullet points and then explanations and then the footnotes. No, it would just be the short paragraph bullet points of all the points that are brought up within the first 3, 4, 5 pages.
Right, so Lysinka, if I got you correct, what you're talking about is just short paragraphs up to the point.
Yes.
Not
Yes,
much details
yes.
on them. Right, okay, thank you. Right, is there any more hands?
Yes, we have 2 more hands. We have Cecilia. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Well, I know that asking a drafting team to remove 10 pages is complicated, and all the times that I had to do that job, I wanted people to help. You know, English is not my first language, especially speaking English, but I can collaborate in the report, in the document. I was trying to add comments, you know, each paragraph to have an alternative, shorter version. For example, we start by saying the reports of the IPCC, IPBES, GEO, blah, blah, blah. We don't need to mention all those sources. We can just say that there is overwhelming scientific proof that the triple environmental crisis. So what I'm doing at this moment is adding comments for each of the paragraph, you know, like an alternative text. But I need someone who is more fluent in English to make sure that it makes sense. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. That's a great thing. So you did not just suggest something; you started writing comments about it. Yeah. So I was making a sort of table and saying volunteers, and I just put your name there. So Cecilia, I am Khawla. My email is one.efs. So if you know me, please drop me an email with your details. I'm counting you as one of the volunteers now. We need more volunteers.
I don't have the contact, but please, Leticia, can you send? I don't know who's there because I don't have the chat or the list of participants, but if you can send me your email in writing, that would be okay. The only thing that I can actually read is the responses from the team. I don't have it. I don't even have the chat. So if you can write it there, I can contact you.
But you received the email from civil society introducing us, Consultation 5, and saying who we are and our emails, right? Because if you reply to it, you reply to my email. You're receiving this, right? The civil society emails, or not?
Yes, but it's just that there are a lot of documents and a lot of emails. So if you,
So how can I pass you my email?
Khawla?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're running out of time. I have Cecilia's email and I have yours, so I can connect you right away.
Very much. Excellent. Thank you, Leticia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I quickly come in here? It's Patricia. Given that we're very short in time, so I mean, I see like two, let's say, conflicting interests here. I mean, on the one hand, we have a list of topics where we have kind of agreed in the discussion that we are lacking substance. So, for instance, on 73333, on other issues that we still need to get some people to provide better text and more up-to-date text and more concise text, while at the same time we want to cut down. So I mean, I don't think I mean, it's going to be work, but we can work on, I mean, based on the text that we have, we can, you know, do a radical editing and cut it down and get rid of a lot of the extra descriptions, the problem description, the references, etc., and focus on basically the messages that are already in bold, which are the key messages. I mean, we can try to accomplish that, but at the same time, we are still in need of input on some of the things that have been identified as things that are either very important for 5.1 or immediately after 5.1 in the next few months. So I think we still need to, before we wrap up now, agree which are the points where we need to provide better text and you know, this, I mean, and agree on the sessions tomorrow, and maybe also see if there are volunteers who would like to kind of be rapporteurs or kind of facilitators in the breakout sessions on the areas where we're still lacking you know, good clear text. So 73333, but the question, if we want to go, if that's not for 5.1 but rather for 5.2, the overall UNEA theme, if we want to spend the time now to get some more clarity of how we relate to the topic or not, the food summit, food sovereignty topic, the ocean summit, plastic, COVID-19. I mean, are there people who volunteer to take care of one of the breakout sessions tomorrow, and to come back with a shorter, precise text to be added to the statement? I guess that's important to see now.
Aisha, do you want to add anything, Aisha? Because I have something to say.
I think it's been everything has been said, so to speak. But I think we should quickly just meet as a team ourselves, and then we can put things together, and then maybe share and get more comments rather than everybody now throwing, because I think we have a lot of information that will help us clean and come up with pages. And I like the idea of people talking about the fewer the better. I think that's so important because you want to pass the message and very quickly and clearly. So I would say that the fewer the better. 3 to 5, 6, that would be enough. And then the notes on the side. I agree with the participants who are thinking like that. And so that means then we will have to really be careful and very focused on 5.1 and the topics that we want to bring forward. So I think we have good information and good ideas and lovely contribution, as I said before. And thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I agree, Aisha, actually. We have 10 minutes left. And although I wanted to agree before you go tonight, but maybe it's not going to happen. So I think what Aisha suggested is that the three of us should meet just after this meeting and come out with a proposal that we should share with you by email. And thank you for Unev for sending it through. We will put in it what we consider as the things that we think that most of you have agreed on, as the way forward from now till tomorrow. Because one of the things that we need to decide today, and is the microphone open? Can we close it? I think by mistake. Right. So what we need to do from now till tomorrow is to inform UNEP about how many rooms we need for the discussion. So we need to decide what are the discussions that. Can you please close your microphone, Matt? Or Isaiah, maybe you can close that microphone. Right.
I closed it.
Right, excellent. So we need to know how many topics we have to discuss for tomorrow, and so that we know how many rooms we need. Keeping in mind that we want to shorten the document, so we don't want to build new huge text. So to deal with the two things, I think we will come out with a proposal, try to send it tonight or early morning, so you can see it tomorrow morning as you wake up, and tell us if that will make sense. I'm not sure how you can tell us about it, whether we should have survey again or we should send you just an email, and if you disagree, that you can tell us if you really disagree with that. Otherwise, we should move on with a plan that we think workable. It's not an easy task. It's not an easy decision, as every one of you must know by now. We want to shorten the text. We want to move to a more readable, meaningful one that is focusing on 5.1, which means that most of what we said can go only at the end as the way to UNEA 5.2. There is a suggestion of having 2 documents or using the footnotes. We will consider tonight. I'm not sure how much applicable it is, but we should consider it tonight. And then coming out with a text of 3 to 5 pages. Right, so if someone has like a great suggestion, please put it in the chat so we can read it. Otherwise, this is the way that this is the way forward, is we're going to write a proposal for how to move from what we said today. As Aisha said, it's a lot of information that we have from you, and how to solve it, how to solve this sort of paradox situation where we want a shorter text, but we still want to discuss many other topics, probably for inclusion in the text. So Patricia, Aisha, if you have anything to add, I think this is the way forward.
I'm sorry for interrupting. We have a couple of raised hands that we probably won't have the time to handle now, because the session will automatically close in just a couple of minutes. But there has been raised in the chat a suggestion to keep the statement to only deal with the issues being discussed at this session. And perhaps you could have a vote or something on whether that is feasible.
So what is the suggestion? Sorry, Ingrid, to keep
the suggestion in the chat, because the chat isn't available to everyone. So there has been a suggestion that we keep a statement for the statement we're discussing now, that we keep it to only the agenda points that will be part of UNEA 5.1. Meaning that everything that will be discussed in the second session is taken out. That is the suggestion, and that is a very big decision to make. So that's probably something that it should be agreed upon. If
well, we can ask people now to vote on it, but not everyone has access to the chat. Not everyone can see the chat, and people have indicated that they have issues with the chat. So we could have used the chat for that. Or do you have a voting system now that people can do in the remaining few minutes?
We can do a poll.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Wait,
so
sorry, I have to interrupt here because this is not what was said in the chat. In the chat was said that UNEA 5.1 and the future events during 2021, so not only 5.1. That was in the chat. So that means the resolution, the plastic, the COVID, the food summits, and the oceans. Sorry to be bold now because we only have a few minutes, but I just wanted to clear this out.
Right. Okay.
Very good. Sorry.
It's okay. So we're not moving forward with that. Right. So let's use just the last few minutes in that. I'd like to remind you that we have sessions tomorrow and the day after. So tomorrow, I don't have the schedule in front of me. If Isaiah or Ingrid can remember, is it 6:30 tomorrow?
Hold on, I have it here. It's 10. Or are you talking about the? Oh, you're talking only about this session. That starts at 6:30 Nairobi time.
Right. So tomorrow is 6:30 till 8:30. So we have 2 hours tomorrow, and it was meant to be for the breakdown sessions. We will find a way among us, the facilitators, today about what the sessions are going to be about tomorrow. We'll send you an email that you will see tomorrow morning as you wake up about the sessions. Probably we will add something about the things that we discussed today and need a decision. So at least 1 or 2 of the sessions will be about that. And then hopefully that will finish them and come together so that we can discuss the other things in mind. What I'd like you to keep in mind from now till tomorrow, so you come ready, like think about it ahead, is, are we happy with 3 to 5 pages? Are we happy with keeping very short paragraphs, removing all the details from them, focusing on solution, focusing in UNEA 5.1, and then the way to UNEA 5.2, or focusing on what's going to happen in 2021. But briefly at the end, are we happy with losing a lot of the text that is describing and trying to make it very clear and just taking it to the footnote or taking it to another document that will be additional or as a background document or shared online. I'd like you to think about this so that tomorrow we will dedicate at least half an hour to discuss this, because we did not finish the discussion. But come ready, please. Come when you're having something solid, constructive, clear in mind, so that we can move forward. The other thing I want you to think about is volunteering. We need volunteers definitely now for the drafting. So please, volunteers, if you don't have our emails, Letitia can give you our emails. I think it's going to cut at any second, so I'd like to thank you very much for being with us today. This is Khawla, Patricia, and Aisha. Would like to thank Ingrid and Unep, Civil Society Units. Thank you very much for making this happen. Thank you for all the participants who have been with us, for sharing your views, for making it as interesting and as constructive as it is. I'm very happy in particular that Latin America is with us. It does not happen very often. And you have made up for all the other Latin Americans who did not come. Celia, thank you very much. And I would like to wish you a good night, enjoy, and come tomorrow ready for the second round. And hopefully we'll make an amazing document. Thank you.
Thank you, Khawla. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.